Good morning, everyone. I am super early, super early, because I'm down here and I'm ready. And I thought, you know what? Why not? So we have some fabric bundling to do today. A lot of the plain fabrics that I've ordered for those two collections have come in, and I have to say, oh, I've just had an email to say that I've gone live, so that's good. Yeah, I've got those plain solid fabrics in ready to organize for those collections, and then I thought I would move my leafy collection over because I think I'm done with leaves. I've got some leafy fabrics coming in August. The lookbook, not the lookbook, the fabric haul is coming on Friday. I need to film some B-roll for it this afternoon, and then yeah, the lookbook will keep wanting the lookbook. Fabric haul will be coming out on Friday. So these leaves I am postponing till next year, and it's only because I really want to do them justice, and I've got so many ideas, and this is my winter collection. This is September and October sewing here, and I really want to get these two done. So, and I want to do these justice. So I'm thinking that postpone these till next year, shuffle everything along, kind of move things around. That's the idea. Oh, I painted my nails. I haven't painted my nails. They're kind of silver holographic. I haven't painted my nails or grown my nails this long for well over a year and a half, 2 years. My ex didn't like it. He didn't like long nails and he didn't like painted nails. And so I kind of stopped doing it. And yeah, I was sitting there yesterday and decided that I would paint my nails. So I went for one of my favorite colors, which I have 3 bottles of polish, and every single one of those bottles of polish is nearly dead and they don't do it anymore. And I'm very sad. Oh, I also dyed my hair as well. A few of you noticed in the videos that came out on Friday and Saturday. It was meant to be blue and it's come out black. Like Superman blue. I fancied a change, and I thought I'd get away with it because I'm so pasty pale and I have green eyes. I thought, you know what, let's, rather than try and get a tan, let's dye the hair really dark and try and lean into the whole kind of Snow White thing. Haley's here. Good morning from Virginia. Good morning. Cecilia says, hello, you're early. What a welcome surprise. I am early. I'm always I was down here and I was ready, and it was kind of like, do I sit around for 20 minutes and just, because I want to start doing the fabric fondling and I don't want you guys to miss out on it. And it was just like, I can't look. No, I'm gonna come on early and see. Oh, there's 31 of you have joined me, so you know it's not too bad. Chris says, good evening, Sian. Cold and rainy here in Adelaide. Oh, boo. It is, it's not cold. We've got 23 degrees in here, but it's overcast and looking like it's going to rain at the moment. Chiana is in the window on her Stone People pillowcase. Haley says, yes, I like the dark hair. Thank you. Caroline says, good morning, peeps. Good morning. Fanny's here. Good morning from Germany. Good morning. So I'm just going to go and actually open the door because it is a little bit warm in here. I get some air flowing through. That'll be very pleased with me. Yeah. I'm going to tidy up a little bit. The cutting table is just piles of fabric. And my little demonstration of how to round out hanky hems just left on the side there, so that can get put away to be recycled. I've just brushed my teeth, so this is going to taste disgusting. Yep. Oh, there. But I needed some moisture. Right, so let's set up for some serious fabric fondling, because that is what I am in the mood to do today. I would like to cut out a dress, my wrap dress that the Patreon peeps have been voting on, but I'm going to try and do a can I make a dress in a day video out of that wrap dress, because I've done the shirt dress edition. So I thought I'd do a wrap dress edition, and I want to try and do it from start to finish. Like, obviously I've traced the pattern out already and I've done all the alterations to it, so I won't have to do that part of it, but I want to cut it out and get it sewn up in a day and see if I can do that. And I'm gonna go and get myself a bunch of snacks, because that's usually why I stop, is because I get hungry. And then when I go to the main house and make myself some dinner or some lunch, and then I sit down, and then it's just like, oh, and then Shiana usually climbs in my lap, and then it's just like, I can't disturb the cat, and then I don't come back down here. So I thought, if I prepare, then I might get a dress done in a day, cutting it out through to sewing it. So yeah, and it's the one, like I say, the Patreon peeps have been voting for, whether it should be red or black polka dots, and the vote is the closest it's ever been, which is interesting, and kind of means that I can lean whichever way I want, really, because it's basically 50-50. There's 1% in it, and that 1% is my vote, because I get to vote on them as well. And if I change my vote, the answer changes. So yeah. But again, the fabric haul is coming out on Friday, and hopefully the video, the dress in a day, will be coming out the day after. So yes. Let's see. Cecilia says, yes, lean into the Snow White thing, since skin cancer isn't worth a tan. I know, and I used to use sunbeds all the time, and yeah, I am incredibly lucky that my skin looks as good as it does, because when I was younger, in my teens and my 20s, I thoroughly abused it, like daily sunbed, like daily. And I look really good with a tan. I really like having a tan. I do go a really nice color. But yeah, it does make me think, like, I think I've got a sunspot here, little sun damage here. It does make me think, I wonder what I would look like if I hadn't have abused my skin as much as I did. So yeah. 80s Babe 1 says good morning. Good morning. Mim 73 says good morning, gorgeous. How are you? And hello, peeps. Very well, thank you, despite we're having this kind of a week. Never mind. It's every couple of weeks that I get those. I have got my Nortriptyline prescription. I need to go and pick it up. I haven't heard back about the acupuncture yet, and I need to try, I'm still trying, but I need to try and book an appointment with the maxillofacial surgeon to get him to allow me to have Botox in, because I can go and just pay for Botox, but Botox is expensive. And if I can get the first lot on the NHS and see if it works, then I'm totally doing that. And from everything that I've read, the whole kind of like, don't get Botox for TMJ is because it's a Band-Aid. It doesn't get rid of the problem, but they don't know what the problem is. So I'm going to have the Band-Aid. And I am really reluctant to take oral medication if I can have external stuff that will help it. So yeah, I've got the Nortriptyline. I'm waiting for my acupuncture appointments, and I'm going to try and get Botox in my masseter muscles here and see if that helps. And if I can only have one set of Botox on the NHS a year and I pay for the rest, happy with that. If it works, then brilliant. But yeah, after my experience with the amitriptyline, I am incredibly wary of taking the Nortriptyline. And yeah, I'm also kind of worrying because the intensity of the pain's been increasing over the last 5 years, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't want to start taking drugs for it now and it just continue to get worse, and I have to up my dosage if I am living sort of and managing the pain without having to take oral medication. I don't know. I'm really nervous about the Nortriptyline because of the amitriptyline, but I know they are different. So, and when I had the adverse reaction to the amitriptyline, lots of people said that I should try Nortriptyline instead. So yes. Karen says, good morning. Love the videos this week. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. It's really funny watching people, when I say, oh, I've only sewn 10 things this month, and people are like, wow, 10 things. And it's like, yeah, no, I know that's a lot, but this is also my full-time job as well as my hobby. and I had, you know, like all these grand plans, but I have to say that the videos that I've been attempting to do are more intense for filming and editing. So you know, I what I've been doing is kind of working Monday through to Thursday, and then intensely filming and editing on the Friday through to Sunday, basically. And every now and again having a day off. But again, because my job is also my hobby, I don't mind. I love what I do, and I'm not complaining whatsoever. But yeah, when I was saying, oh, I've only made 10 things, and everyone was like, oh my god, 10 things, that's amazing. It's like, I know, but it is my full-time job, so it feels a bit like, but yeah, I'm glad you've been seeing a difference in the videos, so I'm really glad you're enjoying them. Leslie says, good morning, peeps, love your nails. Thank you. Yes, holographic. I'm so tempted to order some Holo Taco nail polish. I love Christine. She did a really poignant video on her main channel the other day that's just like, I'm not a YouTuber anymore because I don't enjoy sort of sitting by herself and trying to be funny by herself, and then the editing process. And she's much more enjoying like the live streaming and the interactive nature of it all, the podcast that she's doing, and running Holo Taco. And I just thought that was so lovely. And I mean, things evolve, and the way that you know, it became what was her hobby became her job. It then became too much of a chore to make it as enjoyable as why everyone enjoyed the videos in the first place. So I thought it was a really interesting video that she put out. So yeah. Rachel's here. Morning all. Hope everyone is well. Very well, thank you, Rachel. How are you, my lovely? Vox3D says, hello peeps. Hello. Oh, Rachel, I loved your kilo dress that you just did. That looks really nice. Anna's here. Hey, yeah. And peeps, hello. Cecilia says, band-aids are really useful, even if they're temporary, and they help clear the mind of the issue for a bit, or help. I've heard it's a band-aid though, so much lately, as if we don't need band-aids. I know, that's what I mean, when the surgeon initially sort of said, oh, Botox is an option, but and really tried to put me off of it. He's like, it will hollow out your cheeks. That's what people get Botox in this area for, is to obviously for TMJ problems, but also aesthetically it's meant to hollow out this area, and I don't know that I need that. End up with little alien chin. But he's like, you know, it's not a fix, it's a long-term thing, you'd have to always have it. And he was really trying to put me off of it, and it was like, okay, I get it. But when I went and did research, it was like, well, the reason that they say that the con is that it is a band-aid, that it won't cure the problem, but they don't know what the problem is. It's like, if they knew what the problem was and they were like, if we do this, if we fix this, or if we do this, then the problem will go away, then yeah, totally, no band-aids, let's fix the root of the problem. But because they don't know what the root of the problem is, I will take the band-aid. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to my acupuncture as well, even though I hate needles. I've heard really good things about it. I only get 6 treatments on the NHS, and then I have to pay for it myself, which again, if it works, I'm going to be doing. So, you know. Rachel says, I'm loving your dark hair, Sean. Thank you. Yes, it was meant to be Superman blue, and it's just come out black, but you know, I still like it. Vox3D says, I have probably sewn over 10 things this month, but I'm on an underwear sewing kind of mood. Does it count? Of course it counts. Absolutely. And like, you know, when I was like, oh, I've only made 10 things, I wasn't sort of saying like everybody else should be making a million things. It's everybody's sewing is personal, you know, their time constraints. And it's just that it's my full-time job is what I was trying to like think about. But I did do projects that were different and stuff that I've not done before, and new to me patterns. And this was always the plan as well, because you guys remember I did the video about what I should be making and how I have definitely been comfort sewing at the beginning of the year. But it was always the plan to get these ones done and try these new patterns. It's just I had very specific ideas for Cobra Corsage. I knew what most of them were going to be, and I knew most of them were going to be tried and true. So it seems maybe like I've jumped the other way and trying loads of new to me patterns, but that was always the plan. So yeah. Good Grace says, good evening peeps, how are you all? Sorry, hope you're all well. I can read. I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Donna says, morning all, love the outfit, Shan. Thank you, dear and dose Sirocco. There are at least 2 more there, although they are very light background fabrics, so I'm a little bit worried that they might not be flattering. But I hate that word as well, flattering. Doesn't matter if you feel good in it. It doesn't matter if it's flattering. There's so many connotations around that word. Mim says, I totally agree with you. My husband called the emergency doctor a few days ago because of my nerve pain. Oh, you poor thing. Hope you find something soon, which will help. Thank you. Good Grace says, love your new hair colour, Sean. Thank you. Silken Vintage says, settling into bed as it's nighttime here in New Zealand. Nice surprise to find a live chat to relax before the lights go out. Oh, thank you for joining us. And good evening. Hayley says, I hate that they can't figure out the problem. Definitely take the Band-Aid. I know, that's what gets me. It's like, how can something drastically change? And that was their word, not mine. How can something so drastically, bone, like a jaw, how can it drastically move? Or maybe it's just my teeth that have drastically moved, but how can something that's been a certain way for like 38 years, well, I mean, technically milk teeth, so, 28 years, then change and they not know why? Caroline says, bet they never had to deal with pain. Yeah, for all these people, I wonder if either of them have ever had TMJ. So yeah. Diana says, hello everyone, I'm so glad to be with you today. Need the distraction. Been having a bad week as it was my daughter's birthday. I'm in the sewing room working on a cozy sweater set. It's winter here in South Africa. Oh, well, thank you for joining us. And yes, it is dead of winter down there, isn't it? So what sweater are you sewing? Hayley says, I've heard good things about acupuncture for chronic pain, thinking about trying it for my fibromyalgia. When I get mine, I will report back. My friend Jojo, who has fibromyalgia, said that she found it really relaxing and invigorating, which don't sound like the two things should join together, but they do. She said it didn't really do much for the pain, but she enjoyed the process. But again, only yes. Saskia says, good morning, it's my birthday and I'm excited to spend a bit of time with you. Happy birthday. Thank you for joining us. Diana says to Hayley, I also have fibro and do acupuncture. It does help. Awesome. Natalie says, hugs to Diana. Bree says, hello everyone, looking beautiful as always, Sean. Thank you. Cecilia says, agree on the word flattering. What does it mean? Yeah. And I mean, most people don't say it with... That's the trouble. There can be negative connotations put on it, like, oh, that's not flattering. And it's like, well, if the person feels good in the thing that they're wearing, then it doesn't matter how you perceive it on their body. If they are enjoying it, it doesn't matter. And I do try and catch myself when I say it and I edit it out of like lookbooks and fabric hauls and review videos and things like that, because I think it's a really subjective term and I don't think that one person's view on somebody else is all that relevant, if that makes sense. And again, I don't want to be like, oh, high horse and I'm right and you're wrong, because that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just my opinion and sharing that with you. And hopefully that opinion is not offensive to anyone, because I've been saying quite a lot recently that, like, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, but if it's a negative opinion about somebody else, then keep your mouth shut, because that person does not need to know about it. So yeah. Karen says, good evening from Brisbane. Hand stitching fluffy trim on a dress for my friend's 1-year-old tonight. Oh, so cute, and good evening. Caroline says, mine moved because I fractured my skull. Yeah, see, there's a definite underlying cause for that one. Definitely. I did not do that. I have no idea why mine have moved. And I find it baffling that they can't go, this is the reason. Hayley says to Diana, thanks. Nimue says, hello everyone. Hello, my lovely. Hayley says, happy birthday to Saskia. Diana says, I'm sewing a twin set from the local designer here in Pretoria called Stitch Witch. Ooh, nice. I still got my heron culottes, which came from a South African designer. I'll have to have a look in a minute. Need to make those up because they look awesome, and they were a words are hard. They were a pattern swap present from Jessica. Words really are hard. Nimue says, happy birthday to Saskia. Gigray says band-aids exist for a reason. Living with chronic pain is exhausting and disabling. If they can't figure out why, they shouldn't be discouraging the symptom relief if it improves quality of life. Yeah, agreed. When I went to the pain clinic, I told them about the Botox stuff, and he was like, yeah. He's like, it can be really debilitating if you have your pain removed for a certain amount of time and it comes back. That can be really detrimental to your mental health. And it's like, okay, I can totally see that. But if it was a one-shot thing and it came back, like it was a you can only have this thing once, then I can understand having to be mentally prepared for the pain to come back. But Botox is something that I can have safe, obviously regulated and safely, but Botox is something I can have for the rest of my life, and if it bloody works, then I'm gonna do it. So yeah, I found it odd that they were willing to prescribe me oral medication that has a lot of side effects. And I'm not saying Botox doesn't, and I'm not saying Botox is safe, and we've all seen the horror stories and heard about it, but Botox first kind of applications were for medical reasons, not for aesthetic reasons, and the aesthetic reasons kind of came into oh, actually this does this as well, and that's why it became widely used aesthetically, I believe. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, I've done a little bit of research, but yeah. Let's see. Karen says, I'm finding the magnesium float to help with my fibro. Dry needling also helps. Interesting. Jane says, greetings from Bristol. Finishing silly shirt from Wardrobe by Me. Drop shoulders don't fit me, so recut to fitted shoulder and sleeve. We'll stick to raglan or fitted sleeves going forward. Yeah, don't do the Melilo then. Melilo will not be for you. Yeah, I didn't think I was a fan of the drop shoulder either, but the Melilo and the Matilda, I like how both of them look on me. Anna says, those that do not live with pain, even if it's for short term, do not really understand. Also, women are less helped and considered, sadly. Yes. Rose goes here. Hello, everyone. Hello. Saskia says thanks to everyone. Asley's here. Hello, everyone. Hello. Rachel says, just a controversial opinion. When I have given options of a pattern to sew, I have had comments relating to how that pattern will look on me rather than it being about the sewing. So people still think about whether something flatters you or not, even if they don't say it in those words. Frustrating. Yeah. I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's just like everybody is entitled to their opinion. But if you are watching somebody say, I want to make this, or I have made this, and I really like it for this, and this reason, and then you pipe up with your opinion of, yeah, but it doesn't look that great on you because of this, and this reason. Why do people do that? Why? That flamingo fabric you got in your latest fabric haul, that is really pretty. Really pretty. Caroline says to Anna, totally agree, my lovely, and they don't acknowledge that weather atmosphere can make a difference too, but it was a lady doctor who told Hubs that. Donna says, I had shingles on my head and face a few months ago. The pain was unbearable and was prescribed Lyrica for the neuropathic pain. Absolute game changer. Ooh. Mum had shingles. I thankfully have never had shingles. I'm just, because I'm going to be living with this for the rest of my life, by the sounds of things, I am just a little bit worried about being totally dependent on a medication to get me through the rest of my life. I want other things, if external things, to help if it can be, because it's been getting worse over the last 5 years, as I've mentioned, and I just think that it's not going to stop getting worse, and I don't want to start using drugs now if it's just going to continue to get worse, because I can cope with it at the moment. I have coping mechanisms in place. So I'm just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the nortriptyline will be amazing, but they want to put me back on gabapentin as well, and I really hated that. I really hated it, but I didn't give it the like 3-4 weeks that they asked me to. I gave it 2 weeks, and it was awful. So yeah. Tristan's here. Good morning, all. Good morning. And this to Caroline, we would think in a more modern age things like this should have improved. Yes. Dear Gracie says, I get Botox for migraines and TMJ. There have been times it's worn off before my next appointment. Yes, it sucked, but it wasn't permanent. Acupuncture helps me stay functional too. That is awesome to hear, Gig Racer. And that's what I think as well, is that if Botox works, even if it does wear off, I know I can have it again. I know it's not like a one and done and then that's it for me. So I kind of, I need to find a surgeon. I have that thing where I don't like calling people. If I get phone calls on my phone from people that I don't know, it's just like and it goes to voicemail. I'm not good at talking on the phone with people. So I need to get my head to the I mean it sounds ridiculous, it really does, but I need to get my head around the fact that I need to call the surgeons, and it's not even going to be a surgeon that I speak to, it's going to be his receptionist team, and book an appointment with them. He said he'd see me again within the year, so he's already said he will do it. I just Sal says, G'day, Sean and Peeps. Sorry I'm late. Been binge watching Supernatural season 7. No worries, Sal. You're not late at all. I was early. I was very early. I've just finished Arc of Truth. I finished Atlantis season 3. I finished Arc of Truth. Just about to watch Continuum. Then carry on with 4 and 5 of Atlantis. And we're getting into the stages of, I've seen these episodes like once before, like a lot of the Stargate I've seen multiple times, but these ones I've only seen maybe once. So it's kind of like new TV kind of thing. Oh, half of my patches have arrived. I've dropped one on the floor. I'm going to see if I can rescue it. It's Deadpool. I probably can't. We have to. Yeah, no, I can't reach that one. But my geeky patches have been arriving. I think this is one of my favorites. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. I killed my father. Prepare to die. Love that one. And yes. And I, of course, went to Fighter Weapons School and have been a member of Stark Industries and Starfleet Command and Avenger. And I'm going to put, because it was Maverick is my favorite of the Top Gun films, so I'm going to put them the right way up, but put those two together. And despite the fact that she went nuts, definitely House Targaryen, Cyberdyne Systems, I am a Ravenclaw, and Maximum Effort, and there's a Deadpool head on the floor down there. And then I've got the Time Variance Authority and a Crokey coming, and Browncoat, Farscape, and Rebel Scum. It's going to be awesome. And Claire, all of those, I've just seen Claire's join the chat. All of those are going on the denim jacket that I'm going to make with the denim that you're giving me, which is so kind of you. So, yes. Let's see. Caroline says to Anna, I know, right? 19th century attitudes. Yeah. Susan's here. She says, good evening, Peeps from a wintry Australia. Good evening. Carolyn is here. Hello, sweet Peeps. Hi. Mim73 says, I take gabapentin only when I have nerve pain, but sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah, it didn't work for me at all. Gabapentin, I took it for 2 weeks. It didn't work at all. It made me a foggy, sleepy, food obsessed monster who was in pain. So the few drugs that I have tried was a good 3 years ago now, and Mum and Dad both said that I turned into a totally different person. I was still in pain, so it was like, what's the point? Vox3D says Botox works for migraines. Oh my gosh, you need to check. My migraines have been getting worse every year, and now about 4 days almost every time. Oh, you poor thing. Yeah, look into it, because I've heard good things about that too. Diana says, I do the same thing with the phone. I hate talking on the phone. I feel so awkward. Yes, I mean, it's utterly ridiculous, but I have to, it's like I need to call Cineworld. I've told you guys this before. I need to call Cineworld and tell them that I no longer need access to the London cinemas, and it's going to save me £2 per month. And I've been putting it off, and it's in all of on my running task list. This is hilarious, right? So my running task list for this week, all the things that I have put over to next week are all calls that I've just been putting off because I don't like calling people. I'm not good at it. When I used to work in the travel agents, I would always I used to love doing the admin. Everyone hated it because it meant you were out the back and you weren't selling. I used to love doing the admin, but the thing that I hated about doing admin was having to then phone people to say your tickets have arrived. And I'd be phoning them with good news and it would just be like, so yeah. Nimoy says, I like about flattering that it's about how the garment works for you, not how your body doesn't fit the mold. But using a word like that to gatekeep other people's choices is never cool. I agree. I think that's the trouble with it, is that there are so many negative connotations attached to the word as well as positive. And I just, again, I just don't think other people's negative opinions about somebody else need to be voiced. I don't. Anna says, what gets me is women are everywhere and we are strong in so many ways. We bear children, run a home, work, worshipped, goggled over in a sexual way, yet we are still considered in most places lesser. I read a thread the other day. It was a whole bunch of memes or things like sexist comments that had been responded to perfectly. And it was mad, absolutely mad. Again, it's, like the day and age that we're living in, and it's just still like, really? Haley says, I used to hate talking on the phone until cell phones became a thing. The background noise killed my ears. I used to work in a call center. I knew that was incoming calls. I had no choice about them, but yeah. Sal says, I hate talking on the phone to people as well, but it's part of my job, unfortunately. Anna says to Caroline, and then some. Claire C says, good morning all from sunny Cheshire. Good morning. Gig Racer says to Vox 3D, yes, worth investigating. There are also new monoclonal antibody drugs that can work really well too. If you can speak with a neurologist, they can give you more information. Marie is here. Morning, everyone. Finally managed to join this morning. Hope everyone is well. Very well. Thank you, Marie. And thank you for joining us live. And I love the idea for your capsule collection that you've said you want to sew along with me. So awesome. I'm going to be sorting out the fabrics for mine today when we get to it. I've been waffling for half an hour already. Claire says the patches look fabulous. Can't wait to see the finished jacket. It's going to be so cool. I'm kind of worrying that I'm going to run out of room for patches because I still need a Battlestar Galactica Viper patch. I need a Babylon 5 patch. I want a Stargate Atlantis Pegasus patch. I'm going to run out of room. I'm going to have to make another jacket. Asley says that all the patches look great. I know the Inigo Montoya one is my favourite, I think. I do think it's my favourite. Diana says the only thing that is helping my fibro, which is nerve pain, is antidepressants that raise my serotonin levels. Yeah, that's what the norepinephrine is. It's an antidepressant, and yeah. I'm just after my experience on amitriptyline, I'm so wary of taking it because I had one of like the 1 in 10,000 sort of side effect of amitriptyline. I won't talk about it anymore because it's a very sensitive subject. But there is a video about it. I did film a kind of like, we should all be talking about mental health. It shouldn't be stigmatized. We should all be talking about that. It's just that it was a very severe reaction that I had to amitriptyline. So yeah. Gig Racer says, I have about 4 people I'm happy to talk about to over the phone. Everyone else gets diverted to voicemail. Yeah. My best friend and I, Natasha, we talk maybe once every 3 or 4 months, but when we do, it's usually for about 3 or 4 hours, which is lovely. And we're both she's usually walking a dog or cleaning the house or doing something like that, and I'm on speakerphone, and then I'm kind of sitting there working away and chatting to her as well. But yeah. Ashley says, I hated calling too when I was a kid. My mum and dad made me call for a pizza each time we were going to order to make me overcome it. Lol. I remember I went on a work trip with a girl to Madrid, and she'd asked me to come. She was the one that got the job, and then she was like, will you come? It's really good money, like, 2 days work, come with me. It's like, okay, sure. So we went. We were staying in a really fancy hotel, and she wanted room service. I was like, oh yeah, I'll have some room service. Can I have this, this, and this? And she's like, oh no, you need to order it. And I'm like, okay. And she was like, yeah, no, I can't phone the reception to order. Like, I can't. No. She's like, I don't do that. I was like, okay. I don't like doing that either. And she was like, yeah, but I'm not going to do it. So if you want food, then I was like, well, what would you do if I wasn't here? And she's like, I don't know. We had the two of us in the room just being like, but I don't like phoning people. I eventually ordered the food, and it was fine. But yeah, because they spoke perfect English, because again, it was a really fancy 5-star hotel in the middle of Madrid. So it was just one of those ones where, of course, they spoke English. So yeah, my Spanish was atrocious. I managed like, hello, do you speak English? And they were like, yes, we do. And I said that in Spanish, and they were like, obviously like, oh my God, stop butchering our language. I'm sorry. Where did I get to? Donna says, I think I missed it, but what style of jacket are you planning on putting the patches on? Claire is giving me some absolutely gorgeous bright sort of denim, and I'm going to make a Sorrento jacket. So it'll be my 4th Sorrento jacket. So it's going to be a denim jacket with all of the patches, and I'm very excited about it. Very excited about it. Nimoy says, you could always make a matching bag with more patches. This is true. This is true. And I already have the Farscape patch, and I've ordered another one because my Farscape patch is in one of my boxes, and I can't go through 20 odd boxes to try and find this one patch. I do not mind that I'm going to have 2 Farscape patches though, because I love Farscape that much. Oh, I have got a photo of me cuddling him. I wonder if I could find it. Got 2 photos of him cuddling me, actually, because I think I told you guys this. I was at the London Film and Comic Convention, and apparently my hair was in my face for the first one. So the photographer's like, oh, we need to do it again. It's like, keep cuddling me. Christine says, I do all the phone calls in my home, especially complaints. Hubby says, I always get what I want. Lol, I use the fact that I'm female to my advantage. I am really good at those kind of phone calls. Like when British Airways fluffed up Mum and I's holiday to Ibiza for my friend's wedding, the hotel that we booked was a 5-star hotel, and we'd booked it for a week, and it was 400 quid. And we had to be in Talamanca because that's where the wedding was. And they rang and they said, oh, sorry, the hotel's closing after 3 days, so we need to put you in a different hotel. So they put us in another 5-star hotel, which cost them a whole ton more money. And I rang 2 days before because Mum has kefir, and it didn't say on the website that there was an in-room fridge for Mum's kefir. It's a yogurt type thing. And so I rang the hotel, and they were like, I'm really sorry, we don't have a record of your booking. And I was like, oh. So I rang BA, and they were like, oh yeah, no, they only had like the suites available, which were $3,000 each, so we haven't booked you into that. And I'm like, well, where are we staying then? And they were like, yeah, we don't know. And I was like, well, what happened if I hadn't have rung the hotel? We would have turned up, went to check in. What would you have had to have done? And they were like, well, we'd have had to have honoured the booking. We'd have had to have booked you into the suite. I'm like, right, okay. So can we please book a hotel in Talamanca? And the only one that was available was the Nobu, which is really expensive. And they were like, yeah, that's extra £1,700 per person on top of what you've paid. And I'm like, yeah, but the suite in this other hotel, it began with an S. I was like, the suite in this other hotel was £3,000 extra per person. So technically you're saving money, because you have yourself said to me that if we'd have just turned up, you'd have had to have honoured the booking. And he was like, yeah, but, and I'm like, no. So they tried to offer us all-inclusive, because these were just bed and breakfast. They were trying to offer us all-inclusive in a 5-star resort in Santa Eulalia, which is gorgeous, but it's a 30-minute drive from Talamanca where the wedding was. And I was like, look, I'm not being funny. I need to be in Talamanca for my friend's wedding. I'm not going on holiday to just sit by the pool. I'm going to events and taxis on the Isle of Wight. Ibiza, the White Isle. Taxis on the White Isle are incredibly expensive. So if you're willing to give me a taxi budget as well, then sure, we'll stay in Santa Eulalia. They're like, no, we're not going to do that. I was like, well, I eventually talked them into letting me into the Nobu Hotel, which was but incredibly expensive. And breakfast was included. And Mum and I literally stuffed ourselves silly and then took muffins and fruit so that we didn't need lunch because, oh my God, it was so expensive. But that kind of phone call I'm really good at. It's the kind of like when I need something phone call that I'm just like, I don't want to. So yeah, totally ridiculous. I am fully aware. Carolyn says, love the bag idea in a way. Me too. Asley says, good medications and diagnoses are really important when it comes to antidepressants. Yes, yes. Sal says, the phone is one device that is useless to take into the past to prove you're from the future because it's no one to call and the network wouldn't work. Yes. Rachel says, I have a real anxiety talking on the phone as well. I think it's because I can't see the person's facial expressions and body language. 2 years of telephone conversations at work has been a battle. Oh gosh, I can imagine. Yeah, they've also said there was some research done actually on what's the video calling app that everyone's been using over the last couple of years? What's it called? It's completely gone out of my head. But anyway, there's some research that's was done on that, and it's even like FaceTime and stuff. Zoom, thank you, Caroline. Thank you. Zoom calls. There's research being done that it's actually still difficult, even with video, to pick up on sort of like little minuscule tells and stuff about conversations and things. So that's why Zoom calls and stuff can be quite stressful as well. So yeah, I think like actually physically being in person with somebody is so much easier to communicate and feel more relaxed about it because you can adjust accordingly. So yeah, totally feel you there, Rachel. Christine says, at my age, I would love some comments, wolf whistles, etc. I don't think I ever want wolf whistles. And yeah, I actually haven't had any catcalling for years now, which has been a really pleasant experience. Yeah. Donna says that jacket is going to be smashing. Can't wait to see it. Me either. It's going to be so cool. I've got to wait though till October to sew it. As he says to Christine, my mum is the same, especially complaints. Yes. Yeah, mum always. I'm always the one that gets told that I need to do the things. It's like, okay. Karen says, did you see that it is George Jetson's birthday today? He apparently was born on the 31st of July 2022. Oh wow. Amy says, oh my goodness, that's awesome to Karen. Yeah, I like that. Carolyn and Desi also said Zoom. Gig Racer says, funnily enough, I'm the one who does all the difficult conversations in our house. I used to work in a call centre and my old job required lots of phone calls, no issues with them. See, no, when I have a complaint or something like that, I think it's the same as when I worked as a travel agent and selling was my job. When there was a thing, like a reason, a thing to do, that it was I could detach my personal self from it and just be like, it was work and I had to do the thing. But phoning the doctors to ask for an appointment for me seems frivolous, and I know it's not, and I know I need it, but it's one of those things where it's, and like calling Cineworld to just be like, oh, actually, because the reason that I added London to my Cineworld pass was because my ex-boyfriend lived in London, and I have to phone them and just be like, I mean, they don't give a crap. They won't care. I don't have to tell them that I'm no longer with my boyfriend and that's why I need to change my pass back down to the Isle of Wight only. But it's just these weird things in my head that are attached to these phone calls. So yeah, I have a weird brain. You guys know this. Danny's here. Hello everyone, popping in for a bit while I do a few things in my sewing room. I've got some Winslow trousers to alter and then I'm going to see what I want to make next. Nice. Charlie says, Pregabalin worked for me when gabapentin did not. That's also one that they want to stick me on. Also, diclofenac Voltaro works wonders on my once dislocated shoulder. Almost instant relief. Interesting. Yeah, Preglobin is another one that they want to try me on. Debbie says, hi all. Hello, Debbie. Many, 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 many hugs for you, my lovely. Many, many, many hugs. Natalie says, does anyone have any suggestions for a summer blouse that would be good with cotton voile? Yeah, the Melly Low. Right, I'm going to show you my picture of me cuddling Ben Browder because I haven't looked at that in ages. See if I can find it first of all. Where is it? Sean Personal. I think it's in here. Which is not in there. Where's my photos? Ah, there they are. Oh. Yes, no, look, got hair in my eyes. That's the one that I had hair in my eyes. He was sitting down, he's 6'1", and then that's the one that they took second time round. Oh, he's so pretty. Oh, hello. He was very charming as well, which was nice. That was the only photograph I had. The other ones that I got were autographed pictures. So yeah. Oh, Ben Browder, so pretty. So pretty. Actually, there's a bunch of stuff in here that I probably ought to. There's a shop in town that sells autographed pictures if they're authenticated, and I've got all the authentications for my one, so maybe I ought to take them in because they are doing me no good sitting in there. I've got like Richard Dean Anderson, Adrian Posada, loads of them. But yeah, Ben Browder. Oh, you're so pretty. Let's see. Debbie says, thank you. Michelle says, hello there. Managed to join you on a Sunday. Hi, Michelle. Rachel says, lots of love to you, Debbie. Caroline says, oral diclofenac has tinnitus as a side effect, and that is a truly horrendous to live with. Yes, no thank you. Velvet Vixen says, have you seen the new poppy pattern? Ooh. Charlie says she uses the diclofenac as a gel. Interesting. Ooh, I wonder if that would work for me. Donna says, is your dad still gardening? Any chance we'll get a sneaky peek at the garden? Your previous home had such a lovely garden. Yes, the trouble is that at the moment Mum and Dad are working on the front garden, which we are not going to show because we don't obviously want to kind of like give away the front of the house for, you know, internet reasons. And the back garden is basically a dumping ground at the moment, but they're going to be working on the back garden next year, so you guys will be seeing lots of that, I am sure. Natalie says, what pattern company is the poppy from to Velvet Vixen? Sar says, oh, him, that's awesome. Yes, Ben Browder is my favorite. I also like Michael Shanks as well. There's one episode of Stargate Atlantis where Claudia Back is just like, it's very interesting but limited gene pool, and the two of them look at each other and it's like, I mean, yeah. Velvet Vixen says, sorry, Pattern Scout, gorgeous for voile. Natalie says, I will take a look, thanks. And Debbie says, thank you to Rachel. Right, shall we do some fabric fondling, peeps? Let's do this. So I'm going to move this one over because I am not going to work on the leaves anymore. As I said, I've got plans for July, which does have some leaves in it, but I'm going to move these ones over, and this one will get done next year because September I need to make a dressmaker's ball dress, and the 5 pieces from one pattern is going to be then as well. October is going to be Geeky month. I'm trying to decide if I need to make a second ball dress because we've got the gala dinner for the retreat coming up in October as well. There's 2 gala dinners. Like there's the Saturday is the dressmakers ball, and then on the Wednesday is the gala dinner at the retreat. So yeah, and I know a lot of us are going to both. So should we perhaps just all agree that we can wear the same dress to both? Or is it a really good excuse to make up 2 really fancy dresses? Depends on time, I suppose, because I have the fabric for 2 really fancy dresses. So yeah. Right, anyway. Right. So there is method to my madness. So you guys remember my geeky panels that I got from an American company that I cannot remember the name of. So I've got my Tyrian with Danieris on it. Should get a patch that says I drink and I know things, or something like that. What was his? Oh God, I can't remember. Well, maybe I shouldn't get a patch saying that because I cannot remember what he actually says. So I've got that one, and then my 2 labyrinth patches or panels. So the ball. Need to make both of those outfits because hello. And then the see, I wanted like an owl like this as a patch for my jacket, but I couldn't find one. I could probably embroider one, to be honest, myself. But then I thought, well, you know what? I've got this, and I'm going to be making a sweatshirt out of this. So maybe I ought to just have the sweatshirt because I am running out of room on my words are hard. I'm running out of room on my jacket for all the patches, and I keep doing this now as well because Rodney McKay does this in the Stargate Atlantis all the time. So from Lily and Mimi, I have ordered some French terry to pair with these panels. So the idea is to kind of do color blocked sweatshirts with this light grey, although I think I might need a darker grey. So I've got the light grey, got some white. Mum's washed these all for me, which is very kind of her. Some white. I got 1.5 meters of white and then 2 meters of the grey and 2 meters of the navy blue. So I'm going to use all of those to colour blocked effect with those panels. And with the panels, I'm going to, because I'm planning on using my Susu patterns, like the diamond sweater and things, or the stereo sweater. So I'm going to use some of these colourful ones in certain places and then dot it around with these more muted colours. So they've arrived. So this is October's sewing plans. My geek fabrics. With this is when the where the denim geeky denim jacket's going to come into play as well. So that's October, and then we spoke about the 5 pieces from one pattern video based on this fabric. We've got the green gingham for it, which I am going to do a short sleeved tie front shirt, although I was very tempted to do a slightly longer sleeved. Depends how much. I've got 3 meters of this. If I can get both, no, I won't be able to get both. But, so that's one that I had already. This won't be the same pattern, but it is going to go with that collection because it's going to look really awesome with that collection. It won't be featured in that video, but it is the right colours. Then the grey viscose melange arrived. Just need to try and corral this bottom edge a bit better. There we go. So this is going to be the long sleeved piratey style shirt, which is going to go really nicely with this, and then also with the denim jacket, the denim skirt that I'm making with the denim that Claire is very kindly gifting me. And then the denim blue arrived, the viscose melange, which is going to be the full long sleeved dress that will go under the pinafore from this. And the pinafore and the denim skirt are going to be slightly longer than the skirt of this dress, so that you can wear it underneath. And then we've got this one. So this is the plan for the beginning of September. If I can get it in there. There we go. Come on, you will go in. Behave yourself. Reminded of those vet shows. Come on. There we go. So, beginning of September, all of October's plans. So the leaves can move over. Here we go with the leaves. Okay, better. And then Mum went to a fete the other day and she got me this. It's a scarf, but it's going to end up being some kind of shirt. So that needs to go into the small pieces of fabric collection. And she also got me this kind of grey wool type fabric, which is probably going to end up being like a waistcoat or something. That needs to go. And then when you order from the fabric room, you have to spend over £50 after VAT. Otherwise, they charge you £9 for delivery. So I ordered 5 meters of viscose crepe in black and 3 meters of viscose voile in river blue. I think actually I have some of this viscose crepe already. I made a little bit of a mess of this the other day, so good to sort it out. But it's got some viscose crepe in there, which is good because I need some of that for my licorice dress. Let's flip those over and try and reorganize this because yes, I did make a mess of this. I was trying to get one of the fabrics out from the middle of the section without taking everything out, which was a mistake. Don't do that. There we go. Right, so now we've got the navies. And then this is the original colourway of Hydrangeas in Bloom, which you'll be seeing a little bit more of soon. This goes really well with the fabric Anna gave me. Ooh, those two together could make a really nice wrapped ruffly dress. So pretty. So pretty. Here we go. Everything sort of neatly put away, sort of neatly. Yes, that was energetic to recover. Huh. Right, okay. Oh. Let's see. Cecilia says, must get ready for work. We'll watch this stream back later. Have a good day, everyone. Don't forget to like the stream. Thank you. Yes, 127 of us and 38 likes. Saskia says, gosh, I do love me some leaves too. Me too. Me too. But I want to do all of the things in their justice, and I just don't have time for the rest of this year. Beginning of this year did not go according to plan, as I have said many times, so the whole schedule has been delayed. But I am pleased with what I have got done. My colourful leaves are almost done, except for the border print jumpsuit, and that I've cut the leg out, so I just need to readjust it, and that will be finished, and then the colourful leaves will be achieved. So yeah, got some of it done. Carolyn says, your jumpsuit is beautiful. Is that made in a knit? Yes, this is a French terry. It's very comfy. Very comfy indeed. Christine says, I love your panels. Aren't they gorgeous? I want to say it was something unicorn. Like I got them from, one of you guys showed me the labyrinth panels. And I cannot remember where I got them from. I'm going to need to make some new jogging bottoms as well, because I have 3 pairs of those jogging bottoms, which I love and wear very, very frequently when it's chillier, and every single one of them looks like it's been worn to death. They're pills. I'm not going to not wear them, but they're not very smart anymore. So I need to make some more jogging bottoms as well. G Grace says, just discovered tulip pink quilting cotton. Oh dear. I've spent way too much on them, but they're destined for bag making and will look awesome. Yes, I have a couple of tulip pink in my bag collection. Nothing that's easily accessible though. But yeah, I love tulip pink. Sal says, since you like Game of Thrones, did you see that Gwendolyn Christine Brianna Tarth is Lucifer in the upcoming Sandman Netflix series? I did, and I am looking forward to that. G Grace says it starts on the 5th of August and you can't wait. Agreed. I'm going to, if it's an episodic release though, I am going to wait and binge watch it because that is my preference. As he says to Sal, ooh, haven't watched the trailer of it yet. Joker, oh God, what? I can't speak. Jokerless, I must say, I envy your cloth stash. Lol, most of mine is currently either buried in a box or rolled up in a tube because I haven't had time to shovel a path across the basement to my machine. Yeah, I'm very lucky that I have an entire room dedicated to it. She says, but that's what I get for using part of the kids' rec room in the basement for a sewing room. Lol. Oh, but yeah. Even if you don't get to do any sewing, go and play with your fabric like we do on a Sunday. It's so much fun. Kathleen says, did your fabric come out of the wash in good shape, no holes or stains? Yes, it did. I think I just got unlucky with the red Marrakein and the emerald green viscose voile. Conchetta, did I say that right? Says, good morning. Good morning. Nimue says to me, I just sent you a sweatshirt on Insta that I think you might like. Let's have a look. Ooh, the Broomhild? Is it just me, or does this look like a very charm sweatshirt? It even has cropped length in addition to the regular. That does look very much my cup of tea. Nimue, you are correct. It's kind of similar to the Sheridan, although it does have like the raglan sleeves, which I do like. But I have so many sweatshirt patterns that I'm not buying new ones. I am trying to be a little bit better with my spending, and having just had a bit of an orgy on all of the spending orgy on all of the solid fabrics that have gone in back there. I am not buying anything to the Festival of Quilts, and I have a very specific list for the Festival of Quilts. Lady McElroy asked me what prints that I wanted to see on viscose, and they've taken a list, gone for the Amaryllis, Jungle Tropics, and Anaconda Antithesis. Is there anything else that you guys would like to see on viscose that they haven't released on viscose yet? Let me know. I'll pass the message on. Who knows? They might do it. Yeah, I have a feeling that my Festival of Quilts shopping is just going to be a lot of Lady McElroy and maybe that one from Stitch Fabrics. Natalie says the poppy blouse is very similar to the Grasser pirate shirt that you just made, Sian. You should take a look. The armholes aren't so long. Let me have a look. So it was poppy blouse by which pattern company? Sorry, remind me, because my little brain. Poppy blouse. And who was it by? Pattern Scout, thank you. Oh, yeah, that is nice. Ooh, it's very similar to the Grasser one, isn't it? Is it? Let me have a look at the line drawings, please. Having a think. Very similar to the Grasser patterns, but with slightly less ridiculous art side. I am going to try and tweak that one, I think. I was thinking about it last night, and there's lots of comments about how to tweak it as well. I'm having a think. Claire says, I bought some viscose challis from Pound Fabrics this week for lining. Lovely quality and great price, £3.45 per metre. And TT wide, 45 inches wide. Is that right? Nice. I'm really trying to be good, because as we have discussed previously, I was hoping to clear out 5 of these cubby holes this year. I have cleared out 0 cubby holes this year. I have cleared out 0 cubby holes. I've made 52 things and I have cleared out 0 cubby holes. So yeah, I need to be better about my pattern and fabric consumption. Claire says 55 inches wide. Ah, thank you. No worries. I need some drugs. I have drugs. I've been trying to put this off, and the time has come. I've been only trying to take them when I actually want to go to sleep. It's only paracetamol. But I'm trying not to get too dependent on it, because you can build up a tolerance, can't you? So. That's better. Somebody commented the other day that they hadn't seen me wearing the bracelets for a while, and they were like, oh, does that mean you're having pain-free days? And it's just like, no, I'd gotten to a point where picking a bracelet out in the morning was becoming one of those things of like concentrating on the problem. And whilst it was working for people around me to have an indication of how I was feeling, it was making me concentrate on how I was feeling rather than just getting on with the day. So I'd stopped wearing them for a while. But I'm back into the habit of wearing them because it is helpful for mum, and I can get very spiky when I'm in pain, and it's never intentional. I don't mean to be mean. I do try to check myself and think about the things that I'm saying, and there's certain times of the month I get much more spiky than others. But these were very helpful for Mum, and she did say she missed them, so I am starting to wear them again. So yeah. What did I get to? Sal says Shan is like a kid in a fabric store that she owns. I know, it's all mine. That's what the exciting thing is, that it's all mine. So yeah. Gig Racer says, I discovered that Pam Fabrics ships to Australia. Danger, Will Robinson. However, now broke courtesy of buying bag supplies and to the pink. Which bags have you got? The lavender and twine patterns. The new lavender and twine pattern is currently with the testers. I am part of the tester group. I'm not testing the pattern, but I am in the group, so I get to see all the prototypes being. You guys are gonna love it. It looks amazing. And I'm gonna have to work out with the peeps who are coming to the retreat which one they want to do. I'm leaning in the Hariath. I really want to make the Hariath at the retreat because it is a gorgeous pattern. But you might very much like the new one. So hopefully it's coming out soon as well. But yes, Gig Racer, if you don't own any lavender and twine patterns, I highly recommend, because they are very well written and they already have sew-alongs built into them. And just Erica is my friend as well, and she is awesome. Christine says, I use Pam Fabrics Viscose. It's really good. Trisha says, good morning, Shannon Peeps. Good morning. Sarah says, I'm pretty sure the whole season will be released on the day and I will be wearing my dream cosplay whilst watching. Nice. If that is the case, I should be binge watching along with you. The poppy blouse is by Pattern Scout. Thank you, Natalie. Melissa says, love the July lookbook, Shan, especially the Megan Nielsen dress. I'm a hippie girl and have always found a yoke skirt most flattering on my shape. Look forward to Festival of Quilt Makes. Yeah, I'm so surprised by how much I like that skirt. And I'm so surprised by I think I need to tweak that pattern a little bit. I knew somebody was going to point it out, but the armholes at the front, because I haven't put any sleeves on, you can see the top of my bra, but I have that a lot with a lot of my shirt patterns that are meant to have sleeves on them and don't. And in all honesty, I don't really care. But somebody did point it out. So they were like, maybe you ought to have a think about trying to do this, this, and this. And it's like, yeah, thank you for that. But the other thing as well is I think I might need to take maybe a ½ inch out of the length of the pattern, because I think it might be just a smidge too long for me. And I did it for a 28-inch waist. And I really have to cinch it with that belt. So I think I might need to tweak that as well. I haven't measured myself in a long time. I might regret doing this now. I haven't actually measured myself for a very, very long time. I've just been assuming that I'm a certain size. And I've lost 3 inches off of my waist. I've only lost 1.5 inches off of my hips, but I've lost 3 inches off my waist. So yeah. One of the things that we were going to be doing today was actually hanging out in my room and going through my closet and taking out all the stuff that's too big for me, because all of those denim skirts that I've made for a 30-inch waist, and they're 3 inches too big for me now, and I don't want to take them in. I'm going to alter the pattern, and the denim that Claire's giving me, if I have enough, I'm going to try and remake another of those denim skirts, but I will have the denim skirt from the shirt dress, so maybe that one will work for me. But yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff in my wardrobe now that's too big for me, which is something I haven't had for a very long time. So I was going to do a closet clear out with me today, but then I thought I actually probably ought to try a bunch of stuff on, and I'm not sure I want to do that live on camera, just in case I fluff up and flash something that I shouldn't. So yeah. Rachel then says, good morning all. I may only be here for a few minutes. I'll be storming in, out as I may fall back asleep. No worries, it's nice to see you. Shanae says, too much fabric, that's a nice problem to have. I know, right? And I mean, loads of people have pointed this out recently as well. about how much stuff I make and have and where I store it all and what I do with it all. And there was a bunch of time as well when I was watching fashion influencers on YouTube, and they were kind of like, it was a new haul every week, and there was so much stuff coming in, and how often do you wear these things? And there's a lot of people trying to be way more sustainable about the amount of clothes that they have and buy and make and things like that. And it's like, I get it. I mean, I have an excessive amount of clothes already, and I have an excessive amount of fabric to then make those clothes. But I do this for a living, and if I had lots of when I did my what I should be making, I had so many people sort of say to me, "Oh, well, make for other people and do this and do that and do the other." And it's like, actually, no, I've done that in the past, and making for other people nearly killed my love of sewing. And I'm sorry, but I love sewing so much. And also I have made it my job, so I need to continue to keep sewing. And making things for other people does not bring me joy, and it becomes a chore. And then if that's the problem, if that happens, then I get to the point where I'm just like, I don't want to do the thing, and I put things off and things don't get done, and then there would be no content for the channel. So making stuff for myself and showing you guys my tips and tricks of how I like to achieve the finishes that I do is kind of the whole point of my channel, and you guys do seem to like it. And I know not everybody thinks that, and I know everybody has to come at this from their own perspective. Like, I've always had way too many clothes for one person. I mean, realistically, I need very little to actually get dressed and survive and, be decent outside of my house. But I love the variety. I love print. I love dressing up. I like wearing all the things that I make. And I'm going to continue to make a whole bunch of things, because all of this is potential clothes behind me here. There is a lot of potential clothes. There's clothes here for 4 or 5 people, realistically, but they're all for me. So my fabric consumption this year has gone down dramatically, she says, having ordered just like 5 lengths of fabric from one shop and 3 lengths from another shop. It has gone down dramatically. And also my pattern buying, and I'm trying to be much more, that's another thing behind the whole kind of like 5 looks from one pattern video. I'm trying to be much more conscious of, wow, I love this new pattern, but actually, hang on a minute, do I have something that if I tweak it a little bit will work for this? There was a couple of people saying about the hanky hem skirt. They were like, oh, it hadn't even occurred to me to even it out to make it more like what I wanted. I would have just passed that over and gone to the next pattern. And I think that's what I'm trying to get across with the 5 looks from one pattern video, is that patterns are expensive. Even if you get them discounted, they're still expensive. And if you find one that you like, you can tweak it and make so many of the same thing, but in different, and then I know that's not for everybody, and I'm not remotely saying that everybody has to do that. And I know some people are like, well, one and done, move on, do the next one. They like the challenge, they want to do, and they do pick really different patterns each time, and that's totally fine. And that's the beauty of sewing, is that you can tailor it to be whatever you want it to be. It can fit into your parameters of your enjoyment however you like. You can do this, that, or the other. It's limitless. But I am trying to be, that's the other thing, like the fabrics that I've just bought are all solids. There's no new prints in there because I have all of the prints. Actually, it's quite a lot of solids going on here in the background, but the rest of it is prints. And I'm going to go to the Festival of Quilts, and I'm going to buy more prints because I am a sucker for prints. But to make them cohesive and work well in my wardrobe, I definitely need to make more solid things, which is why I have splurged on those solids. And that has come out of my Festival of Quilts budget. So whilst I'm not supposed to be shopping for fabric until the Festival of Quilts, the fabric budget that I've put aside for that has diminished by this much. But yeah, the lookbook, when I wore this waistcoat and skirt set with the blue with the cream blouse. Looked amazing. This would also look really, really good with the Savannah print here in that same blouse with like this. So I don't enjoy making solids. I don't overly enjoy the process of it, but I do love the end result and how flexible it makes the prints that I have in my wardrobe. So I'm trying to be, I'm definitely trying to be more conscious and thoughtful about what I bring in, because I am already at capacity, as you can see. Like I say, I wanted to empty out 5 cubby holes this year. I've sewn 50, 51, 52 things. I can tell you exactly. I have sewn 53 things now that that grasser pattern is finished. No, 54 because of the Rixo dress that just needs hemming. I've sewn 54 things this year and I haven't emptied out 1 cubby hole. So I need to, there does come like a storage capacity thing. That's another reason I want to clean out my closet, because there are dresses in there that I love, but I don't reach for. And I need to think about that, because like, why am I not reaching for these things? Why am I reaching for other things over it? And does that dress then deserve to stay in the wardrobe because space is at a premium? So should I pass it on? Mum took a whole bunch of my bits and pieces that I'd made to the WI Fate that they had, and apparently only 2 things didn't sell. One was the Shelby Trial Run dress in the patchwork fabric, and then the other one was the red and geometric print dress that didn't sell either, but the rest, everything else sold. So there are people out there that want other things. So yeah, I'm gonna have to have a clear out of my wardrobe and properly go through it. I mean, there's things in there that I love, that I've made, that I'm super proud of, that I've just never worn, like the little cropped jackets. I think they're gorgeous, and the one that goes with my skirt, but I don't wear that because I haven't got any tops that go with it really well. So I need to think, well, do I get rid of it because I don't wear it, or do I need to make something to wear it with, which will then make me wear it? Like, and then where do I wear this kind of thing? Because it's basically a suit and I don't live that kind of lifestyle anymore. And yeah, so it's too much fabric is subjective 100%, and I'm not going to stop buying fabric. It's like when I saw that green print from Lamazi that I've got in there, I bought 5 meters of it. I really shouldn't have, but it was just too beautiful to not have, and I'm already dreaming up which dress I'm going to make with it. But I need to really be more thoughtful about what comes in, and I'm hoping to do that at the Festival of Quilts. I know I'm going to get to the Festival of Quilts and it's all going to go out the window and it's just going to be an orgy of spending, and I'm going to come back with all the prints, because this is me we're talking about. I am determined to get paid by Lady McElroy in cash, not fabric. It's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. I am going to totally just be like, oh, don't worry about paying me cash. Just give me all the fabric. But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Carolyn says to Shanae, that was my thoughts too. I mean, yeah, too much fabric is not the worst problem to have. Like, I get it. I get it. Like, I get it. Joker Kless? Is that better? That reminds me, I need to make a cup of tea. Tea. Gig Racer says, only just getting into bag making. We'll keep an eye out for the new lavender and twine one, and we'll check out the others after the stream. Thanks. Oh, one thing to think about. Gig Racer says, oh dear, I think the Haraith and the Rudenair are in my near future. One thing to think about, Gig Racer, is when Erica releases her patterns, she puts them on sale, and she usually has a discount on all of the other patterns as well. And there is a release coming fairly soon. I think it's a 10% discount, so it might be worth waiting until the new bag comes out to go on a little bit of a spending spree. But yeah, little secret squirrel knowledge for you there. Carol's here. Good morning from New York City. Good morning. Heron says, Cashmere Patterns have a blog post on how to change the arm sight on the Harrison shirt dress. Can you use that to reverse to change your arm sight on the shirt dress? Possibly, but I honestly don't care that, like, you can see a little bit of my bra. It's a tiny little bit, and it's only certain, it's not like it's just hanging out there. Like, you know, it's when I move, and it comes to a point where you can overfit things, and I could get things fitting to a point where, like, if I stood still and then just not be comfortable in it, I'd rather have the extra room and flash a little bit, because it's this bit of the bra strap here. I would rather flash that bit of bra strap and still have full range of motion than tweak and tweak and tweak a pattern to the point of not being able to fully move in it, kind of thing. I mean, like my 8577s, you can see a little flash of my bra strap in those ones as well, and that is drafted to either be sleeveless or have a sleeve put on it. And I do know that to have a sleeve put on the arm sight is different to a sleeveless dress. I know that. I just don't actually mind. I think there are battles to pick with sewing, and that is one that I'm just like, I don't care. And I wear nice underwear. That's something, a rule I made for myself a very long time ago, is that I would always have nice underwear on if I ever got hit by a bus. So I have nice underwear. It's lacy. I don't mind a little bit of it peeking out. It doesn't bug me. It bugs other people, obviously, because they tell me it does, but it doesn't bug me. So yeah. I mean, if it was a sleeveless strappy dress that never had sleeves on, you know, never was intended to be sleeves as an option, and it was gaping there, then that one I might try and fix a bit more. But it's one of those things. It's like you pick your. I mean, I don't. Well, the majority of people commenting on that green dress were like, "It looks really good on you." There's only the one person that was just like, "Oh, there's that error," and it's like, yeah, no, I know, I can see it, but it doesn't worry me, and I've never tried to put myself out as like, I'm a fit expert and this is the perfect fit and this is what you should be aiming for. This is just like, this is how I fit myself and I like this. So yeah. Sal says, be honest, you have a room that is bigger on the inside to store it all. I mean, yeah, totally. This is a TARDIS. Didn't I tell you guys? Oh, I need a Doctor Who patch. I've said that before, but I do need a Doctor Who patch. Hayley says, minimalism is not for everyone. Exactly. And I always see these capsule wardrobe videos and I love watching them, but they're always so not dull, but they're, you know, there's no brightness or interest in there, and it's just like, I get that makes everything go together better, but that's not how I want to dress or live. And yeah. Kathleen says, I also have an excess of clothes and am making many more, but some are from my mum and she bought very nice items. Some are from my mum and she bought very nice items. Enjoy getting clean and cleaned up to run errands, etc., and get lots of compliments when I'm out. Yeah, I mean, again, not everybody wants to dress the way that I do, and I mean, it would be really, really easy to kind of wear pajamas or sweats and stuff up to work from home, but then I don't want to just make those, and I want to make all these, and I want to make the pretty flouncy dresses, and you know, I want to wear the Zimmerman style dresses just to waft around the house. Why not? I don't want to save things for best. So yeah, there's very few things that I make actually that end up being saved for best, and I tend to just wear everything that I make whenever I want because it's what I want to put on that day. So I'm usually thoroughly overdressed for most things, but I feel nice. So, you know, that's what makes me feel good. It's one of my self-care things. Joker Class says, you mean her sewing room is a TARDIS version of a sewing room? Yeah. And Sal says yes. Gig Racer says, oh, the Heraith and the Rudenair. Yeah. Erica's bags are gorgeous. Kathleen says to Hayley, I'm definitely not a minimalist. Just looked at my large home that is full. I'm not a hoarder, but a long way from minimalist. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, I absolutely love all my little trinkets and things and little things that bring me joy. Like my bookcase in my old house where my Farscape badge patch was that I've now ordered a second one of. You know, I had all my books on it, but then I had all these tiny little things on it as well, like a bast statue that Tati and I got when we went to Sharm el Sheikh, and an Ibiza shotcut, no, a Lanzarote shot glass that a friend of mine brought back from her holiday, and a pebble that I got from somewhere else, and then, you know, like lots of tiny little things that just, I even had a teeny tiny little triangular packet of Skittles and a mini tomato ketchup, Heinz tomato ketchup bottle full that were out on display, and I got those in Dubai. And I just loved the fact that my breakfast came with this fully formed glass tomato ketchup bottle and then this teeny tiny packet of Skittles. And those were my, you know, mum's 30th birthday ×2. We spent out in Dubai 10 years ago now. And I just little things like that I love. And my ex hated it. He was a total minimalist. Like, he had nothing. He had shelves in his front room that he wanted to take down, but wouldn't take down because he didn't want to paint. The room needed painting. It was really dingy. And when we got the keys for it, I was like, oh, so we're going to go and get the paint and paint the house before we move the furniture in. And he was like, no. Like, oh, okay. And I was like, right. And then he was like, he hated these 2 shelves that were up on the wall. I was like, okay, let's take them down. But he refused to take them down because he was like, well, no, because like they've clearly been painted around and I don't want what the paint underneath is. So he's just left these shelves up on the wall, empty, with nothing on them, and you weren't allowed to put anything on them. I was like, well, let's decorate them. And he was like, no. I was like, well, take them down. Like, no. So he's just left these things up on the wall that he hated because he wasn't willing to paint. And like, yeah, it was, well, never mind. We're not together anymore. Doesn't matter. But yeah. Kathy says, good morning, Shannon Peeps. Good morning. Kathleen says, I recently had 2 people offer me fabric for free, 4 tubs of vintage and bolts of home deck. Can't wait to get them. Nice. Yeah, our neighbour up the road, bless her, she keeps offloading stuff onto mum, and some of it's really, really nice, so, which is great. Nimoy says, men have been putting their underpants on display and calling it fashion for years, but we have to be ashamed for our little bit of bra showing. Why? Our bras are usually prettier. Yes, exactly. Mine are lacy, so yeah. Rachel Lynn says, I must say, I never noticed your bra. I mean, I'm not blind. When I was doing the 12s and I looked back and it was just like, you're not wrong. There is bra on show, but I don't care. So Christine says, neither have I. Now it's all, you're all going to be able to see. You know, like whenever I do a 12, you'll be like, bra! I can see the bra. Hayley says, same here to Kathleen. Hayley says, my yarn stash is starting to rival Sean's fabric stash. My yarn stash has gotten bigger than mum's. I bought a whole bunch of acrylic yarn from Stitching Elmer's, which is the local fabric shop in Ryde. And I've bought a whole bunch of ones from them. There's one that's going to go with this collection. There's one that's going to go with this collection. Oh, yeah. Mum's currently knitting me a peridot green. Oh, God. Who does the heart and cardigan? Can't remember the name of the designer. But I bought a whole bunch of her books for mum. I mean, for me, but they were for mum because I don't knit. But mum's doing a new one at the moment with bobbles. So, yeah, and it's in a peridot green colour. Oh, so pretty. Natalie says, my mother is big on saving things for best. She has a closet full of pretty things that she only worn once or twice and when it was appropriate. Yeah, and again, I will say this again. There is absolutely no rules for getting dressed. I mean, obviously, decency, you need to, legally be able to walk out the front door. But as long as you are comfortable in what you're wearing, doesn't matter. And if you want to dress up, great. If you don't, totally fine. If you want to save things for best, sure. If you want to wear your best all the time, go for it. It's the beauty of being human, is that you're allowed to wear whatever you damn well please in certain countries. I must say, when I went to Saudi Arabia, having to wear an abaya over everything was one of those ones where it was like, why? And a couple of times I dressed up and then had to put the abaya on, and it was just like, me. And then we went to a 5-star restaurant and I was in my pajamas underneath, because it was just like, well, nobody can see and I'm going to be comfortable. So yeah, that was a weird one, being dictated what I could and couldn't wear. Not a fan. So very much grateful that I live in a country where I can please myself with how I dress. Kim Hargreaves, thank you guys, thank you. I knew it was, I was going to say Harriet. No, Kim Hargreaves, thank you. Mum's making me a new Kim Hargreaves cardigan at the moment, which I'm very grateful for. Where did we get to? Christine says, I'm like your mum, Natalie, but getting better as I tend to wear my me-made clothes more than my shop-bought ones. Mariah Patty, if you guys haven't followed her channel for a while, have a look at it. I love her stuff. She's doing the Drew Barrymore Breathe dress from the Ever After movie. Oh, so looking forward to seeing that. But the previous video that she did was making of or recreating a dress that she'd seen on Instagram, and she was just like, well, you know, like, I have identified all these things that I want to make for my wardrobe, but I've made these things, and because the amount of time and effort that I've put into making the thing, I then view it as a best garment rather than an everyday summer dress. And she's like, I need to, the amount of effort and time that goes into making these things, I need to rethink it because of the way that her mind works. So she made this dress, and a lot of it was machine finished, and it looks beautiful. And she's like, in my head, this is now not I've put so much time and effort into this dress that I have to wear it for special occasions. I can wear it whenever I want. And I thought that was really interesting as well. I, as you guys know, tend to French seam or bias bind the insides of my garments. Sometimes I pink them. And I do that because I was terrified of my overlocker for the longest time. So I don't overlock the inside of woven garments. This was completely made on the overlocker, which you cannot see remotely. But all of my woven pieces don't have any overlocking on the inside of them. And that's just because I was terrified of my overlocker for the longest time. So I learned all these different seam finishing techniques, and I love how they look. Like the insides of this dress, like, I love how this looks. So, and again, this dress is not meant to be fully lined, but I was just like, well, this fabric is scratchy, so I want to use something soft next to my skin, but it meant that I didn't need to do any seam finishing whatsoever to these seams. So I haven't even trimmed them. I've just sewn them, pressed them, and because they're all encased, that means that the fabric won't rub and wear and fray in these areas. And then I sandwiched everything in between there. And then down here, I French seamed and then used bias binding on the hem. And to me, this is going to be like an everyday dress. And while some people might think that, oh, that's super fancy finishing on the inside, it's like, well, no, not overly. Like, it just, I have to finish the seams somehow, and that's my preferred method. But just because I like it doesn't mean to say that you have to do it. You do you. But it was really interesting watching Mariah make that dress and just be like, I still like the finished garment, but because there was not so many hand sewing techniques put into it, I feel much more along the lines of like, I will wear this more often because it's not to be saved for best. So yeah, I think it's interesting how we view clothes. And again, I will say, like, if I didn't wear all the stuff that I made, then it would be such a waste, because I don't gravitate to jeans and t-shirts and not comfy clothes, but those kind of like more pared down kind of looks. I like dresses, I like print, I like over the top, that makes me feel happy. And it's not to say that I'm right and you're wrong, it's just to say that this is what works for me. And if I didn't dress like that, then this would be excessive and wasteful. But because I do dress like that and I do enjoy wearing those clothes, I'm just attacking my charger down here. It doesn't feel daft. Oh, lost the battery as well, so I'll do that. It doesn't feel daft to have all of these fancy fabrics to make the fancy clothes out of because I wear them. So yeah. Where did I get to? Christine says, I've read that one. Jenny says, I'm just beginning to realise how much stuff I have as I'm starting to pack up a 4-bedroom house with a garden to move to a 2-bedroom flat with no garden. Good luck with that, Jenny. Yeah, no, I moved from a giant house into a studio apartment and now into a room. I have a lot of stuff. Nightmare Bug says, did you make up anything pretty from the Fabric and Notions advent calendar? Not yet. Not yet. The beginning of this year has been comfort sewing. Experimental sewing has commenced, but no, not yet. Rachel Lynn says, yes, but if we comment on it, you'll know it's from here. The bra. Exactly, Rachel Lynn. Yeah, it'll be one of those ones where now it's just going to be like, rather than the emoji, it'll be like, the bra! Michelle says, did you say that there are 2 fabric shops on the Isle of Wight? Yes, Helices and the Stitching Elmer's in Ryde. Oh, yeah, because you're going to be here soon, aren't you, Michelle? Aren't you? Yes, now I did reply to your email. Hopefully you got it. Definitely want to meet up at the Festival of Quilts. I didn't say yes to meeting up on the island just because I am going to be so busy in August trying to get everything done for the Festival of Quilts. I've got 4 makes that I need to get done before I go, and I have to get them done and filmed and stuff, and that's the only reason that I didn't say yes to meeting up on the island when you're here, but do enjoy. But yeah, Helices is in Newport, and I'm not a huge fan, but they have got a slightly better selection in at the moment. And then the Stitching Elmer's is in Ryde, and it's quilting cottons and wool. So it's not like there aren't any dressmaking fabrics specifically in there. It is all quilting cottons, but I love it there. And do say that I sent you if you go in. Just say Helices won't know who the hell I am, but the Stitching Elmer's, they know Mum and I. So yeah, if you do go, you did get the email, Michelle. Awesome. Yeah, that's the only reason that I'd not said yes to meeting up on the island, is just because I've got so much to do before the Festival of Quilts, and I don't want to say yes and then run out of time. So yeah, but please do come find me at the Festival of Quilts, because it would be really, really nice to see you. Sal says the bra thing will be Sean's Mandela effect now. People will see a bra when they are not really. Yeah. Hayley says there's a YouTuber named Constance who knits with a lot of Kim Hargreave patterns. She also sews. Her channel name is Stitching Over the Days. I shall have to check her out. I haven't found her one. Thank you. Carolyn says, grew up with the saying, reach for the sky, then touch your toes. Now go change your clothes if anything shows. Nice. Carolyn says, Sean, you made your dress pretty both inside and out. Love that. I do too. That brings me joy. And again, that's what brings me joy, those kinds of insides. Like all of the garments up there, I love how they look on the inside. And that's not to say that you have to do the same. That's the beauty of sewing, is you do you. You do what works for you. Karen says, what's Mariah's Instagram account, please? I don't know about Instagram, but on YouTube it's Mariah Pattie, Pattie. Do I even follow her on Instagram? Let me see. Mariah Pattie. I don't follow her on Instagram. I do now. But it is just Mariah Pattie, Pattie, and same on YouTube. I love her channel. And as soon as she opens up the Patreon tier where you can have your wardrobe designed by her, I am signing up for one of those, because I want her to do me a 70s pirate. Or a like 1870s, 1970s pirate smash up. I think it's going to be amazing. Natalie says, fancy finishing in the inside ensures that it can be an everyday dress. You know, it's a study You know, sturdy enough to move in and wash without it falling to pieces. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like watching lots of people who do historical costuming, like Bernadette Banner and Abby Cox, and there's loads more. Why can I not think of names today? But watching them do it, a lot of the finishes on the Bella May Designs, her Cinderella's everyday workwear dress, like the catch stitching and stuff down, like the insides of lots of those garments and the couture garments and things like that are not so beautifully finished on the inside because they are not the thing that's going to be next to the skin. There's layers of undergarments that get worn, and then the dress is to be laundered minimally and is probably going to be spot cleaned and not worn next to the skin very often. So it makes sense not to fully line it and to do this and to do that and to do the other. I am not a huge fan of how they look. It would drive me up the wall. But that's me. And that's totally fine. And, you know, they, as I've said, they're not designed to be everyday things that get washed frequently. They're not meant to be worn next to the skin. So that's why they're made the way that they are. It would drive me bonkers. I would have to line things and just be like, no, I can't have it like that. But yeah, I think again, you do what pleases you. So yeah. Let's see. Nimoy says, "I'm off to lunch. I'll see if you are all still here afterwards. Enjoy your lunch." Diana says, "Oops, just sewed the fake cuff of my sweater wrong way out. Now I have to unpick. It's a sweater knit with very well matching thread. Ugh, all good luck with that." Jacqueline says, "I got the treadle machine working. Just need to find the correct bobbins." Ooh, nice. Jojo's here. Hello all. How are you? Hello all. How you're? Hope you're all well. What are we up to today? Fabric fondling, rearranging, and waffling. Jojo, I've even put the sewing machine away. There's probably going to be no sewing happening today. Michelle says, "Yes, I did. Thank you. Totally understand your reasons. Going to the Festival of Quilts on the Friday." Oh no, that's the one day that I might not be there. Oh, sad times. Sal says, "My dream cosplay has been something I wear frequently now, even to work, and slight variations from day to day. I don't get funny looks when out and about, but I get funny looks when out and about, but don't care. Doesn't matter. If you're happy, that's the point." Natalie says to Diana, "I hate unpicking sweater knits." Karen says, "Found her on YouTube. Thank you." The Norse capsule wardrobe she's done is gorgeous. Yeah, I do enjoy watching those videos a lot. Tricia says, "I love the pirate shirt that Bernadette Banner hand sewed a few years ago. I've just started following the Closet Historian. I have all her videos to binge watch." Oh, you're so lucky. I love the Closet Historian. I love them. I've got a question to ask you guys. I randomly came across a video of somebody doing the McCall's 6891 shirt dress, the Palmer and Pletch fitting method, and they'd done a really long video about tissue fitting it to themselves and how it nearly broke them and they hated it. And loads of the comments were like, "Oh, really looking forward to seeing how you sew this." And I was just like, okay, cool, yeah. But I know there's at least me and Sewing Bunny have done sew-alongs for this. So I Googled McCall's 6891 and my video didn't come up. And I was just like, but it's got McCall 6891 in the title, and I've put McCall 6891 in the title in the search bar for YouTube, and the video just didn't come up. And I'm like, but huh? And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of a bit bemused by that. And then also, like, the majority of people that watch my videos are already subscribed, which is amazing and it's awesome. But it's just like, I don't know if my videos are getting out to a wider audience or not. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's really bizarre that this specific search parameter just didn't bring up my video. It brought up everything else. It brought up one of my videos where I feature it, but not the actual sew along for the pattern or the review. It was like, I confused. I'm very confused. Oh yeah, don't know what's going on there. Anyway, sorry, that was a random tangent, wasn't it? Trisha says, yes, no, I loved Bernadette's pirate shirt as well. And I do love the closet story. So Felicia says, hi, hello. Shanae says, currently sewing the left cuff of my husband's denim jacket that just won't submit. How dare it? How very dare it? Jennifer says, hello, Shannon Peeps. Hello, welcome. Ralph says, I'm awake now. Morning, Peeps. Good morning. Marie says, good day from Long Island, New York. Hello, welcome. Carolyn says to Shanae, beat the seam with a hammer while saying to the cuff, say uncle, say uncle. Works every time. You guys do make me giggle. You make me giggle a lot. I've reorganized all my fabric. I put what else am I gonna do? What else am I gonna do? Do you guys think this waistcoat would work without the collar on it? I really like it with the collar on it, but wearing it with a shirt over the top is just it's quite a lot of collar going on, and the undercollar of this is just cotton lawn. Is that cotton lawn? Yes, cotton lawn, because I didn't have enough of the exterior fabric to yeah, I think that would work without a collar on it, wouldn't it? Not that I'm going to take this one off, because I do love this one. I'm going to leave it as is. Just thinking for future makes, I might make the waistcoat without the collar. It's going to go really good with this outfit. Really, really epic with this outfit. Although slightly struggling. Yeah, no, that looks nice, doesn't it, as well? Because the reason I used this waistcoat pattern as opposed to the one with the buttons is because the idea of trying to put buttonholes in this fabric did not fill me with joy. But that works, doesn't it? So I could totally do this without the collar for those wide collared shirts that I love. Not that I'm, like I say, not that I'm going to change this one, but like, yeah, can you imagine trying to put buttonholes in this? No thanks. No, thank you. So yes, that's good. That's good to know, because I do really like the shape of that waistcoat as well. Shanae's laughing at Carolyn, say uncle. Sal says, I googled my book this week and found out that it's available on about 8 different company websites. Oh, very cool. So Felicia says, I made a wearable toile tailored pant using Simplicity 8056 Amazing Fit. Have you tried any of their Amazing Fit patterns? Not yet, and I think I have that one, and I think it's on my list of ones to try. Karen says, yes, I think it would look good without the collar, although I do love it as it is. Oh yeah, no, totally, and I'm not going to change that one, but I do think with those wide collars that I want to do with these ones, I think there's if I have enough of it, I would like to make a waistcoat out of this fabric, and I was just thinking that waistcoat from this fabric would look really good over the dresses without the collar from the waistcoat. That was my thinking. Karen says, yes, I think it would look, I didn't read that one, sorry. Saskia says, I think it'd be great without collar. Carolyn says, congrats to Sal, definitely. Rachel Lynn says, just Google the 6891 and it comes up 8th. Your review of it comes up as 3rd. Ah, interesting. It doesn't come up for me on my search. Let's see if it changes. Thank you for checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you mean that video? Oh, hello, that's me. Like the pink one, because I've got like a whole review with the Cobra Corsage one. And it's just not coming up. and I don't get it. Oh wow, it's right down at the bottom. So it's that's new, but yeah, I find that really odd. But thank you for checking for me. Kara says, regular lurker here. Re-Google search results. I was told years ago by a software engineer that in addition to keyword searches, also factor in how recently content has been updated. True, that was a fairly recent one though, and some of the other videos are much older, which is what it's bizarre. But yes, no, I just wondered. Gig Racer says the waistcoat has a beautiful shape and would look lovely without the collar too. Thank you. Ralph says it looks beautiful either way. Thank you. Yeah, it's just like I say, I'm thinking, because I think I'm going to have enough of this corduroy fabric to make a waistcoat from it. And also the denim that Claire's giving me. I'm hoping to get a Sorrento, a waistcoat and a skirt out of that fabric. So I was just thinking that one, because I've made a lot with the button-ups, which I do really like, but I do think that one is a nice shape on me as well. Kathleen says, good morning all. Just got up and had to sign on and say hi. Good morning. Anna says, I was just checking as well. It's a little further down. Thank you. Chris says, what was the tuber's name you mentioned? Mariah, M-A-R-I-A-H, Patty, P-A-T-T-I-E. I love her stuff. She's awesome. There is lots of chicken content as well. Karen says, try searching in incognito mode. Google is good at knowing what is yours and assuming you don't search for your own stuff. Oh, interesting, I suppose. Yeah, I have been getting loads of like little notifications from YouTube just saying, oh, Kittenish Behaviour's just put up a new video. We recommend this for you. And I'm like, thank you. I know I put a new video up. I did it, but thank you for recommending it to me. So Felicia says, are you searching while logged in as you? Maybe it doesn't return your own, possibly, although there's a bunch of my stuff that does come up. Carolyn says, Sean, do you think it's because it's YouTube, the likes also have been an effect on search listing? If so, we all need to be sure to click like. Oh yeah, and again, like on anything, like there's 142 of us at the moment and 68 likes on this live stream, and I promise the algorithm, if you watch something and you watch it through to the end, or you watch it through some of it and you click off and go to something else, the algorithm's just like, okay, they liked it, it's fine. But if you actually like the video, the algorithm's like, ooh, they actually interacted with that, they're quite like that, and then it will learn that you like that kind of content and it will recommend more of that content to you. But it also does really help the creator as well. If you comment, oh my goodness, that's why, like, just if you've got nothing to say, just a little emoji of like, pick your emoji, like Neve is Sparkle Goat or Goat Sparkle, and every now and again Neve will actually like write a comment out as well, but always like just a little Sparkle Goat. And dad's is the Sewing Bee, but the actual interaction on a video is massively helpful. Massively helpful. And I know it's like I watch videos and completely forget. I always like, but I do forget to comment sometimes, and I just do the little blue hearts, little Kittenish Behaviour blue hearts, and it's usually because like I've watched the thing and then I'm like, I don't know what to say because I clearly use up all my articulation when I'm waffling at you guys. So when I watch the videos, I'm just like, I don't know what to say to this, but just a little emoji in the comments section is, and it's not just for me, for everybody, for all your favorite YouTubers. Honestly, the liking and the interaction makes the algorithm go, ooh, the viewer is really enjoying this. Let me recommend it to more people. So it is incredibly helpful. It seems like the smallest thing, but it really, really is incredibly helpful. Natalie says to Chris, it's Mariah Patty. Anna says, I've been following Mariah for a while as well. Yeah, I love her content. Chris says, thanks, Sean. No worries. Michelle says, good morning, peeps. Glad I caught you this week. Overslept and missed the last few weeks. No worries at all, Michelle. Welcome. How are things in Bermuda? Anna says, check for your vlogs when not logged on. And sometimes YouTube does strange things when logged on than when not logged on. I will do, thank you. Megan's here. Hi everyone. I heard it helped to comment, so I try to when I can. It is incredibly helpful. I did do a whole like how to support your favorite YouTuber video a while back, which was literally just like, honestly, liking, commenting, sharing, interacting. Even this is the thing, even the dislikes and the negative comments are interactions. So the YouTube algorithm's just like, ooh, I don't care if you disliked it, you're still interacting with this video. Let me show you more of their stuff. So yeah. And it's like you guys now commenting on the live stream is brilliant, like obviously because I've got somebody to talk to, but if you come back later and even just leave a little emoji on the live stream in the comment section on the live streams afterwards, super helpful. Obviously you don't have to do that, it's completely up to you, but it's just a way of supporting, and again, not just me, all of your favorite YouTube content creators, is a way of supporting them and showing the algorithm the things that you like, so it will help to kind of tailor it to your experience as well. Sal says, Amazon, where I published my book, once recommended my own book to me. I didn't bother getting it, lol. It's always nice when that happens though, isn't it? It's like, we think you might like this. It's like, Amazon, you know me well. Claire says, both your pattern review and the sew along showed up on my search. Awesome. Thank you so much, Claire, for checking for me. Natalie says, what's the title of your book, Sal? Yes. And Michelle is Little Blue Birdie. Michelle Strange. Michelle from Bermuda says, Bermuda is hot and humid. Currently packing a picnic to head to the beach for the day. We have a long weekend this weekend, so it's been lots of sun and sleep time. Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. I think I need to rearrange this a little bit. Gotten a little bit unruly back here. Trying not to fold my leather or goat skins because they end up with creases in them. I think that's going to be too big there, isn't it? We'll put this with the other ones. There we go. It's up there with the dragon guarding it. Oh, I wonder if I can get my Deadpool. Right, where is my Deadpool face? It's there. I wonder if I can reach it from this. No. No, I will have to pick that up when I put everything back to cutting out mode. Is that thread or is that spider? Oh, it's thread. My little thread bin right underneath there is, it doesn't always catch everything, and there was a little bit of black thread that looked like a little dead spider, and it was like, is that a dead spider? Do I need to burn the house down with fire, or is it actually thread? And it was thread. So I'm glad I didn't burn the house down with fire, because that might have been a little excessive. Just a touch excessive. Rachel Lynn says, ooh, now I need to find a bra emoji. Yep. Joe's here. She says, hi, Shining Peeps. Haven't been here in ages due to work and travel, but I'm home for a change and getting out the sewing machine. Nice. And I did get your name right, didn't I, Joe? Please tell me I got your name right. Thornton Ralph says, roll your leather fabric. Yes. Sal says to Natalie, title is Armed with Delusions under my real name of Salvador L. Gonzalez, and it's an anthology of 6 short stories based on dreams. So, Ralph says, I like the video. I share things I found helpful, and I comment because I am loquacious. It's awesome. Thank you very much. Jenny says, great game to play. Spider or thread? Yes. And Joe says, yes, name correct. Woohoo! Woohoo! I remembered one. Yay. Yay. Well, I've run out of fabric to fondle. I have run out of fabric to fondle. What do you guys think? Do you think I need to do a dressmaker's ball dress and a dress for the gala dinner at the sewing retreat? Should I do 2 separate dresses? My September sewing is going to consist of this capsule collection, which should not take me too long, and ball dresses. Should I do one or two? Should I be ambitious and do two, or should I just do one? What do you guys think? Carolyn says bikini or maybe coconuts, coconut bra. Carolyn, I like how you think. Kenzie says, hello from Southeast Iowa. Did not know about the comments. Yes, no, commenting, it's a good thing. It's a free way of supporting your favorite creators. And obviously it doesn't, not just me, all your favorite creators. I mean, obviously me too, please do. But oh, we're up to 93 likes, 145 of us. Michelle says, by the way, Sean, loving the new hair. Thank you, thank you. Yes, it was meant to be blue. Superman blue, and it's come out black. But that's okay. Kathleen says, I recently husked some sweet corn. A hunk of the dried silk fell on the floor and my kitties were scared to death of it. Oh. Megan says, bikini or coconuts to Rachel Lynn creates. These were all I could find. Great minds think alike, clearly. Carolyn says to Megan, me too. Gig Racer says, would you enjoy making 2 separate dresses or would it be too much stress? Trisha says 2, obviously, lol. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure if it would be fabulous or if it would be terrible. Maybe I ought to do 1 and see. Rachel Lynn says to Megan, those are awesome. And she says, do 2. Jenny says to Kathleen, I agree, don't like spiders. Megan says to Carolyn, wow, did the same thing. Lol, great minds. Karen says, maybe you should fondle the patterns and see which ones you want to make for the dressmaker's ball and the dinner. Actually, I think both of them are going to be the same pattern, just different interpretations of it. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe. So Felicia says, can you explain the term capsule wardrobe? Sure. So capsule wardrobe is meant to be like a finite number of garments that all work with each other in, so that, you know, the 3 tops and 4 skirts are all interchangeable. So there are formulas out there for the perfect capsule wardrobe, and there's different numbers from, you know, the one that I'm going to be doing at this lot is going to be 5, which is minimal, up to like 30 and things like that. And the point is that the fabrics, patterns and pieces all are interchangeable. So whilst you have a finite number of garments, you end up with well, not infinite, but a large number of outfits that can be made from that finite number of garments. So for this one, I'm using 1 shirt dress pattern, and I'm going to be making a pinafore dress, the straight shirt dress, a long sleeve shirt, a short sleeve shirt, and a skirt from it. And it's, none of those are actual options from the pattern, but they're all things that with a bit of tweaking you can do with this one pattern. So that's what I'm talking about with this capsule wardrobe. So technically it's not really like the truest sense of a capsule wardrobe, but it's just kind of my way of like hopefully showing that patterns can be versatile with a bit of hacking. Haley says, my vote is for 2, but only if it doesn't cause too much stress for you. Rotten Ralph says, do the dress for the ball first, and then if you have time, do the gala dinner dress. Yes, because the other thing that I need to remember is that I'm going to need to make the bag, although I am doing a lavender and twine bag, so I won't need to make any alterations to it, and I won't need to do a cutting guide, and I won't need to do video tutorials because they're already done. So I will need to do a video for the peeps just being like, this is what you should be doing ahead of time. But those videos already exist because Eric has done all the hard work. So yeah. Una says, oh, I always just like your videos as they're loading so I don't forget. Thank you. Elizabeth says, hi everyone. I'm so late. Migraines are terrible. Oh, Elizabeth, you poor thing. But thank you for joining us. Joker Cass says, if you think you have time and energy after the Festival of Quilts, then go for it. Lol. Hopefully I will. Joe says, I would do 1 and absolutely go to town on it. That's all I'm going to do. Carolyn says, well, if 1 dress is good, 2 will be better. Enabler alert. I like how you think. Haley says, well, if you're just using the same pattern for both, just interpreting them differently, then it might be not too bad to do two. Yes, it's my Grace bodice with different skirts on it, and then I want to do some overlays for one of them, which I will need to draft, which is going to be interesting. Sal says, I've written 2 stories involving spiders. Love them. You are a very strange man, Sal. Spiders just are wrong on many, many levels. Naki says, make one dress, but make it reversible. No. Well, I might as well make 2 because the amount of work that goes into reversible dresses is just as much. Rotten Ralph says to Elizabeth, I feel your pain, a chronic migraine sufferer here. Oh, you poor thing. Cara Jackson says, are we allowed to see the fabrics you're considering for the ball and dinner? Yes, just to help you decide, obviously. Sure, I'm happy to get one of them I've got here. The other one I haven't even got yet. I'm talking to a company who are planning to supply me with the fabric, but I have to draft the pattern first so that they know how much fabric to send to me and also what kind of electronic items to give me because the fabric lights up. So yeah. TV Fiscus says, I normally watch via Roku and don't know how to message from there. Today I'm on my phone, so can type. Anyone know any tips for interfacing via Roku? I don't, I'm sorry. Anybody else got any tips? So Felicia says, thank you. No worries. I can't remember what I answered. Carolyn says, Sal, what about an army of spiders all commandeered by Sean's mannequin with a pterodactyl pigeon on his shoulder? You guys are evil. That sounds like my worst nightmare. Rotten Ralph says, Sean, does capsule patterns like Mariah does capsule plans? Yes. Sal said to Carolyn, can do that, lol. Don't tell me. Do not make me afraid of my sewing room, please. I have an overactive imagination, as you guys know, and yeah, no, do not freak me out about mannequins any more than I already am. That's one of my biggest things in the Doctor Who episodes, is when those kinds of things come to life. It's just like Megan says the Grace bodice is gorgeous, thank you. Mim says, what is with the shiny fabric you bought for London for the dressmakers ball? Yes, that's all. I'll get that out in a second. Elizabeth says, I think Lady Rebecca took the sponsorship too for the light up fabric. She is having issues in her videos with it. Yes, and also Asta Darling has done one. Natalie says, oh, is it the fiber optic fabric? Yes, they have. That's the one. That is the one. And then these are the Gold Hawk Road fabrics that I bought, and the ridiculously expensive crystals. So they're gonna obviously, although they don't look too bad over this, do they? That's the plan for some of them, I think, although maybe not right at the sides because I don't want to add bulk at the side when you look at me from the front. So maybe more like that. Because yeah, I want to try and avoid adding bulk there, because I mean, even just doing that adds width to the waist. And then the other thing that I'm going to do with them, because I've got 4 of these, is along the shoulders there. So you have some of 8 meters of this. I'm going to really regret playing with this, aren't I? Can I find an end? Can I find an end? There's an end. So I'm thinking this as the like underbodice, and then this as like a cowl drape over the top, but so that you can see the underbodice. Oh, I'm so going to regret unfolding all of this, aren't I? And then like that. I'm thinking something like that. And then I can totally cut these apart for some detail on the waist. But like I say, with the waist, I really want to make sure that the waist doesn't have any bulk added to the side, because I would love to wrap it all the way around, but I think it adds width to that, so I don't want to do that. So maybe carrying them on down the front. Try and do best limbo impressions, like having the crystals go all the way down the front or something like that. Got itchy nose now. Got dust. Oopsie. So yeah, having like one there that kind of somehow kind of leads into that one sort of thing. That's the idea. Totally just made a giant mess. And I've got 4 meters of this one. So I was also planning to line the cowls with this. So the bodice here would be made of the cream one, and then the cowl will be lined in the cream one, and then have a couple of really big box pleats down the front that are lined in this as well, so that when you walk there's flashes of the cream. I made a mess, guys. I've made a mess. I've got 8 meters of this to corral, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then the fiber optic dress as well, possibly, which would be a much more basic grace dress with a 5-panel circle skirt on it. That's probably going to be mid-calf length. Try and fold this all back up again now, because I was going to use this one for the gala dinner for the May retreat. That was the plan, but my mojo and sojo and just general mental well-being got a giant dive at the beginning of the year, as you guys know. So trying to recreate something or trying to make something like this. I mean, this fabric wasn't expensive. It was £4 per meter. It is polyester, but the crystals were like nearly over £100 for the four crystals. So they're the expensive part of this. But yeah, looks just liquid gold. The trying to drum up the enthusiasm for this dress at the beginning part of this year was just nigh on impossible, which was sad. I think I've fluffed it up again. But I didn't want to half-ass it, because I wanted it to be gorgeous and perfect. And have I fluffed it up again? Nope. So I'm definitely going to be making this one. It's the light up LED dress that I am, because I need to design the pattern for it and send that over to them so that they can send me the correct amount of bits and pieces for it, and then work out how to use it. And slightly terrified. Slightly terrified. But this one's going to be really pretty. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Where did I get to? Rotten Ralph says to TV Fiscus, you should be able to connect your phone to your Roku. That's how I watch YouTube on TV. Awesome. Cara Jackson is, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly, by the way, laughing at Carolyn. Carolyn says, poor Sean, sorry, just teasing you, of course. Yeah, please don't make me scared of my sorry room. Gay says, watching on telly and my phone is a glutton for punishment, can only comment on the phone. So Felicia says, night all, I'm off to sleep now. Good night. Rotten Ralph says, good night to Felicia. Maggie's here. I've not mailed the Butterick 4513 to you yet. I've had 2 calls, one after the other. I promise I will get it done. What pattern are you using for the event dresses? The Kittenish Behaviour Grace bodice with variations on the skirt. And just don't worry, Maggie, it's not a problem. You do prefer Maggie, don't you? Because everything, I've got you down as Margaret on everything, but I think I remember you telling me you preferred Maggie. But if I'm getting that wrong, I'm sorry. But please don't worry about the parcel. You've already sent it once and had it returned to you. So thank you very much for whenever you do get around to it. And I do hope you feel better soon. Elizabeth says, I like some spiders on Halloween fabric. I've just been staying away from the fabric store, though. I'm on a no-buy right now, right into my favourite season, Halloween. Oh. Mim says, this looks beautiful with the crystals at the waist. Yeah, I just need to be careful about the crystals so that they're not at the side seams, so that they don't add any bulk there, because they are quite thick. Nimue says, yay, I'm back and you're still here. Yay, yes, still waffling. Sinead says, hi, Sean, watching while sewing the estuary skirt from Sew Liberated. Very nice. Rotten Ralph says, slippery fabrics can be evil. Yes, indeed. Elizabeth says, the shiny fabric looks both 1930s and 1970s. Yes, this is going to be a really interesting dress. If I have enough, I would like to do little arm capes from it as well. Shall I try and show you what I've got in my head? My drawing skills are atrocious, so we'll see how bad this actually comes out. But let's have a look, see at what I've actually got planned. Or let's try and have a look, see at what I've got planned. So the KB Grace bodice has some fairly thick straps. Then it's into fairly plunging sweetheart neckline, and it goes down like that, and then it has bust darts, and then you have side panels, a waist seam. So my drawing is terrible, and then long skirt. So I'm planning on making into a gored skirt, and then the front 2 are going to, like I say, have deep box pleats with the cream underneath it. And then I'm hoping, so we've got wide straps, very plunging sweetheart with bust, and then side panels. And so what I'm hoping to do is draft some drapes that go into these side seams here. So it's a double-sided drape that gets sewn into the side seam so that the side panels are free of any bulk. So hopefully, again, slimming. And then having like a cowl that drapes over the top that goes into the waistband. So you can still see the sweetheart neckline, but you've got like a cowl draped over the front with the side panels still remaining free of anything, so that the cowl's going to be sewn into those side panels there up to here, and then come up to the shoulder, and then at the back, so we've got the side panels at the back, and then the centre back zip and the waist, and then the big straps, and then obviously skirt. Again, my drawing is terrible. So we've got the side panels there, and what I was hoping for from the back is that the drape will be corralled at the top into the crystals, and then there will be a cowl drape that comes down at the back and kind of goes over the back portion of the waist. So it's going to be like free floating, completely fully lined and floating free, but it's going to be enclosed again in the side seams of the back here. And I have no idea how to do this. It's going to be really interesting to try and work this out. And then if I have enough fabric, I would like some like giant capes coming from the shoulder seams down the back as well. I think that's going to look nice. I think. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if I should have just the words are hard. I think I should have just the shoulder capes or the back drape. I don't think I should have both, but that's kind of what's going on in my head. So yeah. Rachel Lynn says it's going to be beautiful. Thank you. Nimue says, I love your shiny dress plans. Having sewn up my golden skirt, no, it's not the most fun fabric to handle, but shiny. Yes. Megan says, neat how you can see through the green side, but not the gold. Yeah, yeah. And also good. Cara says, gorgeous. Where's a magpie emoji when you need one? I know, right? Rotten Mouse says, shiny. Yes. And that always sounds like Captain Mal. Nathan Fillion, when you say shiny, that's how, or dual state. Haley says, love the green and gold together. Thank you. Karen says, I'm going to have to call it a night. Thanks for hanging out. The LED dress sounds interesting. Good night, peeps. Sal says, love the sound that the fabric is making. Kathleen says, good night to Karen. Yes, good night, Karen. Natalie says, it's like watching someone try to fold a fitted sheet. Lol, yeah. Caroline says, really need a 6 by 6 inch piece of that gold green to patch my Christmas tablecloth. If I end up with any scraps, I shall send them on. Rotten Ralph says to TV Viscous, in your settings, you can get a code to put into your app on your phone. Oh, cool. Cara says, you're pronouncing Cara right. The GH is the silent GH. It's Irish. Thanks. Oh, awesome. So glad, Cara. Thank you for letting me know. Nimue says, sorry if I missed that part, but it's the light up stuff the same as Lady Rebecca Fashions has been working with. Love that, but looks tricky. Yes, and Asta Darling as well. Yeah, from Luminosita. They've approached me and just said, would you like? And I'm like, yes, I would. I would indeed. I told them about the dressmaker's ball and they're like, oh, sounds awesome. Elizabeth says yes to Nimue. Chris says, hi from Livington, too cloudy to see the Isle of Wight today. Loved your July lookbook. Thank you and welcome. And yes, it is a little overcast today, isn't it? Linda's here. Hi, peeps. Sewing a lunar lapin rabbit. The dress sounds lovely. Going to the quilt show on the Thursday, so might see you. Oh, please come and say hi. Jacqueline says, do you use Croquis for your quick sketches? That's what I use so I can get my ideas down quickly. Just print a few out from online and use them as is to get the idea down. I do have the Fashionary notebook somewhere. My sister-in-law bought it for me for my birthday a couple of years ago, and I do has a little Croquis in it. I should download more of them, shouldn't I? But for quick sketching purposes, my terrible drawing skills will have to work. Linda says, I'm going to the Lady McElroy shop on the Tuesday the 16th. Nice. I'm trying to persuade them to let me come on the Monday after the show, the 22nd. Rotten Now says, personally, I would do the capes on the back. So I'm thinking I might be able to make them detachable under the crystals. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one. Where did we get to? Chat. Elizabeth says, ooh, capes, love capes. The shoulder capes remind me of Anastasia animated dress. Yes, yes. Matthew says, dress design is reminding me of Morgan Donna's recent video. Ah, nice, thank you. Rotten Ralph says, Kylie from Firefly, whenever I say shiny. Yeah. Kaylee, yes. Alison says, hello, Shana Peeps. Greetings from cold Bendigo. Hope you're all well. Shana, how is Chiana today? She's very well, thank you. How are you? Rotten Ralph says, capes for the drama. Yes. Anna says, just cut out the furlough shirt by Mark Francis for my son. Now having something to eat. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah. No, I think I'm going to... We'll see how the Luminosita fabric, if I get it in time, if I design it in time, if I let them know in time what size things I need to do. But I think it would be a good idea to get this one done. I think it would be a good idea to get this one done. Alison says to Anna, hello Anna, how are you and the family? How is Renee? Yeah. I've also seen that this fabric goes really well with the lace that I've got in there, but I don't want to. I've got the crystals already. The crystals go really well with this, so I need to try not to put too many things in one dress. I have run out of things to waffle about. When does that ever happen? Very, very, very rarely. Anna says to Alison, just seeing Renee, hee. Teenage Earthling is great as always. I'm okay, I think. How are you? I need to amend my sewing schedule a little bit because the video ideas that I've got for August are not going to happen in the order that I've got them in this diary. So I do need to amend those a little bit. Got them penciled in at the moment. So let's change a few of those. Oh, yeah, that one cannot happen then because I'm not going to have enough time for it. So let's move that over to September. And also, let's see. So let's put that one in there. The Sicily slip dress, the Doris dress with Mum. You guys sounded interested in that one. And got the border print jumpsuit. Oh, yeah, no, that one can't go in there. So that, move that one. Got 5 pieces from one pattern. Border jumpsuit. What other pattern fabric ideas have I got? I've got quite a few. Done that. Oh, I do need to do is sew the basics as well, don't I? But I need some trousers for that. Let's see. Okay. Right, let's change these around a bit as well. So we're gonna... Now, would you guys, the Deer and Doe videos, the Orchid, Licorice and Forget Me Not dresses, I was planning on doing a separate video for each of them. Would you guys, or would you prefer having them all in one video? I think I'd rather do separate ones because they're going to end up as pattern reviews as well. No, what do you guys think? What do you think? Alison says to Anna, I'm good, thank you, but it's so cold here at the moment. Great excuse to stay inside and sew. Michelle says, off to the beach, lovelies. Have a great week. Have a nice time, Michelle. Nimoy says, gosh, this must be the most off-grain duvet cover ever. Good thing I have plenty. Oh, excuse me. Good thing I have plenty of it for the wearable toile of the Sew Over It Marguerite. Another pattern that didn't bother with lengthening lines. Grr. I don't think Sew Over It ever put lengthening lines on their patterns. Oh, Nimue, your I meant to say your gingham dress that you finished with the shearing looks gorgeous. Sal says Sean ran out of things to waffle about. Medic! I know. Rotten Ralph says night to Michelle. Kathleen says, side note, my friend and I went thrifting last weekend and found Simplicity 2341 and it reminded me of you, so had to buy it for $1. You need to have a look at this pattern. But nice. $1. Right, so Simplicity, what was it? 2341. 2341. Let's have a look. Oh, nice. Is it the jacket? That is nice. Ooh. That one? I like it. I like it a lot. Very nice indeed. For $1, you can't go wrong with that, can you? Let's see. Carolyn says, Sean, love how you work your vlog. Thank you for all your time and effort. I sincerely appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. Anna says to Alison, what will you be sewing creating? Yes, let us know. We all want to know. Rachel Lynn says, did you all see that Mood came out with a slip dress? Also, I went to Mood and they remembered me from the first time. That was pretty cool. Oh, very cool. Elizabeth says separate videos. Rizko says, I saw that too. Looks nice. I haven't seen the slip dress. I'll have to check that out. Haley says, maybe do separate ones, then a follow-up video where you compare all three. Well, that's the thing. I'll be doing my Make 9 review, so all of my Deer and Doe patterns will be in one place, and then there'll also be the lookbook as well. Caroline, separate from my preference. Would you, okay, so when they're separate, would you mind seeing two of them? So like a Friday and a Saturday video being the Deer and Doe Orchid and then the Deer and Doe Licorice. Would you guys mind that? Rachel Lynn says separate. Carolyn is laughing at Sal. Catherine says afternoon all. Hello. Alison says to Anna, I am finishing the patina blouse out of some gorgeous Atelier brunette fabric. And next I'm going to make a style arc pattern cardigan out of some beautiful Italian knit fabric. Nice. Michelle says, I'm going to say goodbye. Lovely hanging out with you all this Sunday. Off to get some lunch with the rest. We'll watch the rest tomorrow whilst working. Ta-ta for now. And thank you for joining us, Michelle, and have fun at Cows Week. Kathleen says, yes, that one. Very nice, Kathleen. Nimoy says, thank you. Really love that the dress doesn't use shearing elastic, which I find very scratchy. The bias tape channels are much more comfortable. It looked awesome. Alison says to Nimoy, what dress are you making? Anna says to Alison, sounds wonderful, lovely. Mary Ellen says, I have Simplicity 2341, haven't made it yet. It looks really nice. Caroline says, wouldn't mind one after the other. Okay, good. Nimoy says to Alison, right now I'm making the Sew Over It Marguerite. Is that the one with the little ruffles in the yoke? I like that one. The one Sean mentioned is the Simplicity 9141. The gingham one is gorgeous. Alison says to Anna, I have been exploring using woolly nylon for my knits, and as I've heard that it's great for using on the cover stitch machine. And Alison says to Nimoy, that dress sounds lovely. Right, so you guys wouldn't mind seeing Orchid and then Licorice one after each other, so that's cool. So we have Deer and Doe week, so we'll do Deer and Doe Orchid because the Peeps voted for that one first, and then Licorice, and then for Get Me Not towards the end of the month. So that means that the Zimmerman dress can stay there. Paradise dress. Okay, so currently the plan for August is next Friday it will be the plans and haul fabric haul video. Then on the Saturday it will be the dress wrap dress in a day, which the Patreon peeps have voted for. Next week it will be the Deer and Doe orchid dress and then the Deer and Doe licorice dress. And I think I can make those videos different enough that you guys will find it interesting, I hope. Then the week after that will be the 2 Lady McElroy dresses that I'll be wearing at the show, because we'll be at the show at that point. So it'll be the Zimmerman Parrot Dice dress for the Friday, and then the Lady McElroy Secret Squirrel Project NDA dress, which I can't tell you the name of, but the video will be out on the Saturday. Then the following Friday will be the Festival of Quilts fabric haul from Mum, Big Bird and I. And then it will be the Deer and Doe Forget Me Not dress, Myosotis, on the last Saturday. There's only going to be 3 hangouts in August as well, because one of them obviously I'll be at the Festival of Quilts. And then September would be, the first one is going to be the August lookbook, then the September plans, Simplicity, the Patterns by Maison Sicily slip dress pattern, then 5 pieces from one pattern, although I don't think those 2 should be next to each other because both of those are quite intensive labour wise, so that won't work. So we'll put the Sicily slip dress a little bit later in the month. So I still need a dress for that Friday. So we've got 5 pieces from one pattern, which is that lot. We'll have the Doris dress, making it 1 for me, 1 for Mum. Border print jumpsuit. Oh, how about make the basics? So the basics will be the white shirt, because I've already filmed half of that, and I just need to film some stuff to pair with it. No, I still think that's, no, I need to do more basics. So I need one for that one. Then we've got the Sicily slip dress towards the end of the month. So I need to come up with 2 more video ideas for September. Oh! And I think I need to do them slightly. So I'm going to do my dressmaker's ball dress. Dressmaker's ball dress on the 30th of September. And then I will put out the September lookbook on the 1st, because that's the day of the dressmaker's ball, and I don't want to reveal the dressmaker's ball dress in the lookbook. I want to do a standalone video for that. So September lookbook on the 1st of October. That makes sense. Then it will be October plans the following Friday, which will be the retreat. So I need 2 video ideas for September. Because October's plans are already done. It's all going to be my geeky month. So we'll have to do sweatshirts, geeky jumpers, geeky jackets, refashioning a dress to fit me now, because my Brains and Beauty fabric, I'm going to remake the bodice of the skirt of the dress that I've too small for me. Yeah, so dress refashion. Yes. Now, one of you guys asked for a video about what fabric you should pick for what types of projects. I need to have a look at doing that as well. Still, all of August is planned out now, so I know what I'm aiming for. This has been really helpful, actually, to make sure that I am kind of doing the, rather than just a scattergun approach of like, oh god, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be sewing. Actually having like a plan of like, this is the order that these things need to be put up in. So yeah. Where did we get to? Anna says to Alison, sounds exciting. Claire says separate videos would be good. I wouldn't be worried which order or day they were released on. Love the evening gown ideas. Thank you. Rachel Lynn says, I just bought the Ross Clare pattern from Cashmere, hoping it'll be the wrap dress of dreams. Ooh, it's a good one. I like that one. Alison says, I'm receiving a big parcel from Weft and Walk Fabrics this week containing a lot of Lady M fabrics. I decided to take advantage of their sale and my extra discount being a Sewing Guild member. Nice. Natalie says, when I buy fabric, it makes me so happy. I forget what a pain it is to wash and iron it all. Yeah. Alice says, I just hope the Italian boy is back in Melbourne when the parcel arrives. Catherine says to Natalie, yes, I just got some baby cord and try an autumnal shirt dress, and whew, it needs ironing. Yes. Kathleen says, London shopping trip for September. No, November. November is going to be the Gold Walk Road meetup. Not sure which date yet, but November. That's what I'm aiming for. Towards the end of November, probably as well, in all honesty. But there will be, I will let you guys know. I will pick a date and I'll let you know. Jacqueline says, good night all. Thank you for joining us. Shanae says, kindly include the Grasses in 767 for dress September, please. Just a suggestion. Probably not. That probably won't be happening until next year. Sorry. But I have got September and October are already planned out. So no, and because of the type of dress it is, it needs to be sort of spring, summer. So next year for that one. Yeah, and November and December are planned out already as well. Elizabeth says, how about a how-to video or make a video for some transition garments to help take clothes from summer to fall? That's kind of what this one is going to be, the 5 pieces from one pattern one, because of layering and things like that. Yeah. Silver Fox in Tasmania says, hi from Hobart, Tasmania. Just found your channel in the last couple of weeks and finally made it to our hangout. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And good evening. Carolyn says to Catherine, yes. Catherine says, video idea, using the wrong fabric type and how to make it work, e.g. using a knit in a woven pattern or vice versa. I've already done that. I've already done that. And I wouldn't recommend changing a knit pattern into a woven. Woven into a knit, yes. Other way around, no. At least I wouldn't know how to do it. But yeah, I have already done the other one from the 8947 sew along. I show you how to take the woven dress and turn it into a knit pattern. I could do a fabric type fabrics and what to think about when picking your fabric. I'm writing this down. What to think about when choosing a fabric for a pattern. Because a lot of the times they will recommend something and I totally ignore them. So I could do that kind of a video, a kind of like what to think about when picking out a pattern. Possibly. How does that sound? Joe says, what trousers are you going to be trying? I bought the Closet Core Pietra pants, as so many people have raved about them. I'm going to be trying the True Bias Lander trousers, Lander pants. I like the Pietra. I have a named pattern. Melanie bought them for me for a pattern swap a while ago. Words are hard, which is similar. They have a similar crossover pocket detail on them. Natalie says to Catherine, I was fondling some baby cord yesterday, but the creases where it was folded selvage to selvage was so severe I decided against it. Oof. Yeah. I've got some baby cord back there that I really need to get some more of the purple one as well. Maggie says, late answer, yes, I'm called Maggie by people most who know me. I hope you don't mind me calling you Maggie then, Maggie, because I have been. Rachel Lynn says, I still want a compare the shirt dress videos. Oh, okay. Maybe. Possibly. Janet says, good morning. I had a great day in the Sewing Room yesterday. Thanks for the inspiration from the July lookbook video. Oh, thank you. And I'm so glad you had a good day. Alice says, I'm only here to say hello today. I'm going to go back to the open fire with Binks. Sean, please give Gianna a cuddle from me. Binks says, purrs and headbutts. Thank you for joining us, Alice, and it was nice to see you. Carolyn says, running to look at the 8947 video. Thank you, Sean. No worries at all. Hopefully it's helpful. Catherine says, sounds good. A what can you get away with one? Yeah, that would be that would probably be how I would frame it. Alison says, have a great week, peeps. Have a happy thoughts and stay safe and warm or cool. Thank you, Alison. A Silver Fox in Tasmania says, the video sounds great, especially if there's some stretch in the fabric and the pattern suggests non-stretch. Rotten Ralph says, woven into knit. For knit into woven, you'd need to do very intense mock-ups phase and be willing to interline most pieces with something like cotton organdy to help with the shape. Yeah, I don't think knit to woven would be a good idea. I would look for a similar looking woven pattern with similar style lines. But woven into knit, I have done to great success. I've made like 15, 16 of those dresses. So again, you need to, there's certain considerations, but I have done that video already. Yeah. I think my idea for Sew the Basics, I think I need to make, because I was going to do individual ones like the white shirt, and I've filmed a lot of the making of that. But I think I need to, and I know that white shirt with the giant sleeves isn't technically a basic, but for me it is. I think I need to actually make some basics and show how I identified what they would be, make them, and then show how they work with all the prints and patterns that I've got in my wardrobe. I think that would be a better idea. Yeah, I think that's a better idea for the basics. It's a good video idea, but I think it needs to be like a capsule of pieces that I've made, that I've identified, that I just don't have in my wardrobe, that I need to kind of, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Elizabeth says, I'm trying to muster up the energy to go to the grocery store now before it gets too hot, but I have a migraine that's worsening. Oh, poor thing. Not good. Rotten Ralph says it's like 3 times work minimum for the knit interwoven. Yeah. Catherine says, I've made a few knit dresses from woven patterns, basically leaving out zip, checking the size and the dimensions work. Exactly. That's exactly what I did with the 8947 as well. So, yeah. Kathleen says to Elizabeth, wishing you a quiet, dark, cool day. Migraines are awful. Yes. Anna says, I made the sew for Audrey, which is a knit into a woven version. Ooh, nice. Very brave. Rotten Ralph says to Catherine, but I subscribe to the overthinking and make things as hard as possible school. Yes, I probably am the same. So yeah, I personally wouldn't take a knit pattern to try and turn it into a woven garment. I just wouldn't. The other way around, I have, but I just wouldn't do it the other way around. But that's just because, again, I have a million patterns to pick from. So yeah, it wouldn't be the first thing that would spring to mind for me. But there we go. Guys, I've been waffling at you for 3 hours and I've done 0 sewing. I have fabric fondled, I have drawn, I've written ideas down, looked at patterns, and it's been an awful lot of fun. I have had a wonderful afternoon and it's only 1:30. Wow. Wow. So I've got time to go to the shop and get some food for this evening, and I'm going to watch Stargate Continuum and then carry on with season 4 of Atlantis and just generally have a rather lovely day. So yeah, thank you so much for joining me. Where did I get to? Carolyn says, Rotten Ralph for me 3. Rotten Ralph says to Elizabeth, save your energy where you can. Elizabeth says, ooh, fabric fondle. Always good for a fabric fondle. Cara says, I like the idea of compare the shirt dress video. Would appreciate your view on difficulty level and or trickiness of the details. I think, yes, shirt dress compare. That is an interesting one. Actually, you know what? Before I go, because I said this in the lookbook, I do think I'm going to waffle at you probably for another hour now. Sorry. I'm going to get all my shirt dress patterns out because I think this is the selection that I've made the most from. And when you say a comparison video, it'd be interesting to hear what you guys actually would like to have discussed. So I said I was going to go, and I'm not. I'm going to waffle at you some more. Sorry. Janet says, have you made any of your Christmas box lingerie? No, not yet. I will, I promise I will. But not yet, no. It was the beginning of the year has been comfort sewing, and then now it will just try and catch up. I promise I will get to it. Natalie says to Elizabeth, it's very frustrating when I have a migraine, but things still need to get done. Family still needs to eat. Curse them. Lol. Yes, how dare they? Mary says, have a great weekend. Have a great week. Sorry. Thank you, Mary. Nice to see you. Megan says, have a great day. All be well. I love this channel. Oh, thank you, Megan. Caroline says, have a wonderful week all. Rachel says, bye, hugs. Megan says, greatness for all. Diana says, have a lovely day. I finished my sweater and now working on a crochet project for a friend's baby. I will watch Supernatural and crochet. Nice. Elizabeth says, I'm probably just going to look cool and wear my Super Duck sunglasses all day. Yes. Sal says, good night from the King of Dreams. Good night. Catherine says, that's a serious pile of patterns. Yes, and it's the one I think I've made the most from, so we'll check that theory. Nimue says, never apologise for waffle. We're all here voluntarily. Yes, and I have decided to waffle at you more, so I'm not going. Everyone's saying goodbye, and I'm like, no, I'm staying. The Silver Fox in Tasmania says, wow, that's quite a stack of shirt to dress patterns. Carolyn says, sorry, not sorry. No, you're not. Natalie says, bye all. Carolyn says, love the waffle. Kathleen has got a little emoji. Teresa says, yay, love the waffling. Natalie says, okay, not bye. Yes. Megan says, just when we thought we were out, she pulls us back in. Yes, I do. Nimue says, I might need fresh tea to go with the waffle though. That seems reasonable. Haley says, I'm here for the waffle. Rotten Ralph says to Elizabeth, I'm eternally thankful for Instacart on my groceries. Migraines are interesting days. Joker Kless says, okay, I officially envy your pattern stash too. The pattern stash is extreme and it goes along the bottom here as well. Pattern stash is extreme. It is indeed. Rock Ralph says, not going anywhere. Rachel Lynn says, yes, just thought you were leaving. Yes, I was, and then I decided to waffle at you more. Eunice and wavy hands. Johanna says, glad you didn't stop waffling. I haven't finished my walk. Kathleen says, since you're staying, I'd better make more coffee. Good plan. Mary says, okay, I'm grabbing a coffee for this. Awesome. Elizabeth says, can you do a shoe matching video for all your cool clothes? Do you get more custom high-end shoes, theme shoes? I have done a video of all my custom and expensive shoes. where somebody decided to put in the comments that I have chubby ankles and I probably shouldn't wear shoes that have ankle straps on them. And it's like, yes, I am aware of this. All of these were bought well over 10 years ago at that time. And I had much skinnier legs then. And it's just like, why do you have to point out negative things? Why? Why? Elizabeth, Shanae says, just finished hubby's denim jacket. He loves it. Going to sew up a self-drafted shirt dress, and I'm going to steal your idea for your yoke dress, adding a patch pockets and coat tabs. Nice. And the Silver Fox in Tasmania says, how rude. Yes, it was. It was very rude. I'm aware I've got thick ankles and thick. My legs are my least favourite feature. And I have my grandmother's legs. She had chunky calves as well. They get me from A to B. Very grateful for them. Glad that they work, but they are definitely not slim. And yes, they have betrayed me because none of my boots fit. Janet says, yeah, I'm so excited about this tag. Catherine says, shoes. Very tempted by some of the pre-order American Duchess shoes, but I think my car is about to get expensive. Yes, I want the Marilyn shoes from American Duchess and the Antoinette in white and some of the Londoners and Bernadette's and all of them and the boots. Rotten Ralph says, nasty people that are not happy with their lives saying nasty things. Yes. Rachel then says, chubby ankles. I wish I'd seen that comment. I think it's still there. If you fancy having, I think I left it on there. I can't remember, to be honest. Yeah, I did think it was a little like excessive. Oh, hello. No, go away. Right. Shoes. No. I want to search my channel. Where's that button? Okay. Kittenish. Shoes. Why is it not coming up? Shoes. That's so weird. Where is the search button on my channel? I know it's on the thingy. Weird. Shoe collection. Did it come up? There we go. My designer shoe collection with my fanciest, most expensive shoes, front and center. They're gorgeous. Yeah, loads of people asked for it, so yeah. Did I leave a comment? Oh. Did I leave a comment? Did I leave a comment? I didn't leave that comment up, but yeah, no, they were critical about my ankles. Yeah. Megan says, my own mum said to me years ago, you used to have such shapely legs. What happened? You're not alone. Oh, wow. Yes. No, my ankles look much better when I am wearing heels. But I am aware that I do have, when I put weight on, I put it on proportionally over my entire body, which is a thing to be grateful for because I maintain my hourglassness because it goes on evenly everywhere. The downside of that is that my once skinny legs that used to be too small for my boots. Now I can't zip my boots up. So yeah. Haley said, some people should not be allowed to comment. Agreed. Carolyn says, my husband's grandmother said, you don't have thick ankles, you have solid foundation. Oh, I like it. Yes. I do. I have my grandmother's legs. I do. And there's nothing wrong with that. Shanae says, more waffle, please. Oh, whoever said you have big ankles and can go fly a kite. Wear what you want. People's words are wind. Yes, totally. I mean, I get quite a few comments when I put out like lookbook videos where I wear specific shoes, where I get people just saying to me, oh, actually that ankle strap makes your legs look chunky. You shouldn't be wearing it with those ones, or that shortens your legs, or that does this to your legs and things like that. And it's just like, yeah, but I like it. So yeah. Sal says, okay, I'll stay a bit in the waking world, a bit longer since you're still waffling. Sal, it's very late there. Feel free to go to sleep. A silver fox in Tasmania says, can't wear my American Duchess shoes. They are too narrow for my feet. And I went up sizes. They cost me $400, including postage. Oh no! Oh, how sad. Can you sell them? Oh, that's really sad. I have quite wide feet, so that's. I really want all of their shoes. Elizabeth says, I want a lot of the American Duchess shoes, especially with the new colours that they just announced this past week, those green ones. Oh, those green ones are gorgeous. Rotten Ralph says, I need a pair of knee-high lace-up boots from American Duchess or might explode. Yes. Except they don't do, the ones that I want, the one with the heels, the silver and blue ones particularly, only come up to mid-calf, and I'm a bit worried then they won't look good on me. Kathleen says to a silver fox, can you get them stretched a bit? Aren't AD shoes all leather? This is true. Are they beyond stretching tight? Because there are different ways of stretching them out, aren't there? What Ralph says to silver fox, they have shoe stretchers. American Duchess does for that problem. Kathy says, it amazes me when people can be so rude. Why? Agreed. Kathy said, oh, I read that one. Elizabeth says, well, I meant kind of your standard shoes you wear with your custom wardrobe you make, your everyday shoes. Do you wear AD shoes all the time? What brands are good for the dresses you make? I live in ballet flats. I love and live in ballet flats because I have them in lots of colours, although I have properly killed my black ones. Because you see I've got wide feet, so that's my wide feet making the actual leather rub on the floor, and that's the back of my shoes. So these are my kind of in the house messy, don't need to be precious about shoes. And Shiana has completely plucked the insides of these. This is all little Shiana plucks. She scratches her claws on them, and the insoles are coming out, and the insoles, like I have worn these to death, and I've done the same with my red ones, and I have done the same with a couple of other pairs. I had a pair of sequined ballet flats that I got from Office, and I ended up buying 3 pairs of those and wearing them all completely out like that, because my foot is wider than the sole of this, but because they're ballet flats, my feet kind of mold into them. I'd really like to get some like French poetry ballet flats, but they're like £100 a go, and I'm a bit worried that I will just destroy them. But I tend to wear ballet flats with everything, although I do have a lot of high heels. The island is very hilly, so I don't tend to wear them very often. So yeah, ballet flats or my flat over the knee boots. I've got black and tan ones of those, which I got from eBay. Both are from Next, I think, and I wear those a lot in the winter months as well. I do love high heels, and I wear them as often as I can. I bought 3 pairs of boots from J. Brown's because they're wide calf and they fit and they're great, and they've got the little American Duchess style heels on them, so I wear those a lot as well. Kathleen says, okay, got my coffee, made a pit stop, waffle on. Jennifer's here. Hello, gorgeous people. Hello, Jennifer. Rotten Mouse says, my thighs are thick because they were once ballet dancing legs. Nice. I think my thighs are just thick because I've always had thick thighs. Noy says hello to Jennifer. Silver Fox says, I might try to stretch them first. Yes. I think American Duchess might have a video of that on their YouTube channel. Natalie says, my thighs are thick because I like sweets. I think my thighs have always just been thick. That was one of the reasons that I had a boob job, because my bottom half was, I've always had tiny waist, big hips, big butt, big thighs. And I did have big boobs, but I had such a small back that I wasn't quite in proportion. So I had a boob job 25 years ago now. And that's balanced me out. So that was pretty much the reason I went for that. Best thing I ever did. Yeah, but I've always had thick bottom half. Carolyn says, my black flats did the same thing. I'm on the search for a new pair currently. I love the ones from Next, and I permanently buy those ones. These ones I'm a little bit disappointed with. I bought these in this tan colour and also the gold that they did. The gold ones I love, and they're not bright gold, they're an old gold kind of one. But these ones are really loose on my foot, and they're exactly the same size as the gold ones. So these ones actually fall off my feet, so I tend not to wear these very often out because they're not that comfortable. So I need to get myself a new pair of tan ones, and I want to get a pair of silver ballet flats because I've worn my silver ballet flats completely through like my black ones, and I want to wear those for the Festival of Quilts. So I found some on Next that have got little diamantes all over them, and I'm like, oh, I want those. Yes. Jennifer says, I have 2 pairs of American Duchess that I need to walk around in to get used to heels again. Nice. I understand that the American Duchess heels are really comfortable, and like I have to say, the Joe Brown's boots that I've got, they've got the same type of heel that goes properly under your heel. They're super comfortable. Carolyn says, my black flats, I've read that one. Sal says, to me, there's only one thing that I don't like about your body. It's the geographical location of it. It's too far away, and thus have not met you yet. I will get to Australia at some point. I promise. I promise. Teresa says, I love easy spirit shoes. Love so comfortable. They have many lovely styles. Not heard of those. I'll have to have a look. Nimori says, I wish I could wear the fashion version of ballet flats. They all fall off my heels. Actual ballet flats are fine. Wear them for dance class 3 times a week. Historically Fashion says, I have too many pairs of American Duchess shoes. In my defense, my wardrobe is made up of Victorian Edwardian. There's nothing such as too many pairs of shoes, don't worry. It's the same as too much fabric. It doesn't exist. Roscoe says, I bought new shoes from Memory a while ago. I love their shoes. Way cheaper than American Duchess because it's based in Europe and not so much extra taxes for me. Nice. Although American Duchess do ship from Europe now. Joker Class says, and then there's me with a pair of Dr. Scholl loafers, a pair of steel-toed work boots, and a pair of heavy winter boots. Hey, this is Canada. We had snow every month of the year except August. Lol. Makes sense. And a pair of Brahma cowboy boots I wear on special occasions. Nice. I used to live just around the corner from our Souls on the King's Road, which was a cowboy boot specialist. And every time I walked past it, I was just like, I love this. And they had so many gorgeous ones in there, but they were so expensive. I couldn't afford any of them. But yeah, it just made me giggle that it was called Our Souls. And that tickled my sense of humour. Catherine says, nothing wrong with a lower centre of gravity. Agreed. Natalie says, I haven't worn high heels since the panini began. Don't miss them at all. I do. I like my heels every now and again. Kathleen says, I've never worn ballet flats. I have wide feet too. Actually, tailor's bunions on both feet, which have gotten smaller since I have lost weight. Interesting. Yeah, so I like my wide feet ruin my ballet flats. I probably ought to look for wider fit ones, but yeah. Elizabeth says, I'm always on the lookout for good shoes because they are rare in my size, US 12, EU 43 to 45 wide, very rare to find. I think a regular choice go up to that size. Not that I'm trying to enable or anything, but a regular choice shoes are awesome. Kathleen says to Joker Class, I have some Arctic fur moccasins with rubber soles. It saves my toes every winter here in Canada. Rensko says, I have one pair of American Duchess, but it seems that my foot is too high. I can hardly close them. Oh, wow. Historically Fashion says to Rensko, I have a pair of memory shoes as well. Super comfy. I also have 2 pairs of Joe Bears. Those are my daily work shoes. Interesting. Rensko says, I'm still waiting for them to arrive. It was cheaper because she was on holiday until August. Nice. Jennifer says, I had to wear black heels for the first time this past week and both of them broke because it had been 2+ years since I wore them to work. Oh well, get to buy new shoes. There is always a silver lining, but poor shoes. Ralph says, my highest heels are my American Duchess Londoners. I really want some of those. Nimoy says, ooh, I'm hunting for brown shoes for my friend's wedding with no luck. Might be an excuse to treat myself to American Duchess. Yes, I want the Marylands in brown. Oh, so good. Natalie says, Blundstone boots and wool socks for this Canadian. Flip-flops all summer long. Nice. I can't wear flip-flops. Toe thongs, no. Renegade says, love the shoe talk. Yeah, no, I got all the patterns out. We've just been waffling about shoes for 15 minutes. Rachel Lynn says, you are definitely trying to enable. I don't know what you're talking about. Catherine says, enabler here. Anyone on the Lamazi Fabric mailing list, there's 15% discount code on their summer remnant page. Stop it. Elizabeth says, I wore heeled booties for the first time this week and they broke too. They are so old. Oh no. I bought an amazing pair of 80s high heels which were holographic, and the heel cap had come off, so I had them re-heeled, and the cobblers that I took them to, there was a really long steel post in the heel, and he took that out and the heels snapped, both of them, because he'd taken the support out. So they tried to fix them, but I ended up, I was so gutted. They were gorgeous. They were like properly kind of pinky yellow leaning holographic shoes. They were amazing. Jennifer says, I only wear flip-flops on the days I go to get a pedicure. That's it. I haven't had a pedicure for ages. I did paint my toenails the same as my nails the other day. Right, okay, so I've got this Ralph Lauren. Maggie, did you send this to me? I think you did. This Ralph Lauren shirt dress, which has got patch pockets, elasticated waist, yoke details, black pleat. I like that a lot. I haven't made that one. Got the Sew Over It Leah dress. These are they're technically button-through dresses, I'm calling these. I haven't made this one. Mum has. Mum didn't like it because it was very low cut on her, so I haven't got round to making that one yet, but I do like it. Nina Lee Q dress. I have made this version. I added 1 inch to the length of it, and I need to add another 1.5 inches to the length of it because it basically was an empire dress on me. I also, whilst I love the sleeve doodads and like the construction of them, hated them on me because they were so restrictive. And I really want to make this version because this is gorgeous. So I need to get that out and have a look at that one again. But so 103 there. Let's see. Sal says, I once bought a pair of high heel invention that is like a bear trap, that instead of bending down to do the straps, you put on your foot and the straps fold around your ankle automatically. Redskay says, just cut out a first version of the lowest dress from Tasuti. Did anyone here make it? I haven't, no. Kathleen says, sounds good for when you have too many burritos. Yes. Okay, so Vogue 9077, love this, have made a sew along for this. 2 of these so far, more coming. That fabric there is going to be one of these. Vogue 9345, made quite a few of these already. That's what I'm going to use for the capsule wardrobe. Love this. 8577, never heard of this pattern before, don't know if I'd like it, not sure if I've ever made it before. I'm hilarious. Mimi G 8084, haven't made this one, do like it. Skirt is skinnier than my usual preference, which is probably why I've not gone for this one yet. This one shouldn't be in here. This is Butterick 6091 with a hidden placket on it. No waist seam, but does have go days. It's going to be interesting. I think I'm going to like it though. Butterick 6090. Mum gave me this one. She bought it from one of the shows and then decided she didn't like it. I think it's going to be interesting because of that like neck detail. I think if we made the bodice of the dress in something fairly cotton-like and then the neck drapey detail in something viscosy or drapey, that could be really, really pretty. Butterick 6702. I haven't made this one yet, but I did put it in a Get the Look for Less video. Someone commented on the Zimmerman dress one saying that this would have been a better starting point for the Zimmerman dress. And I was just like, there's no yoke on the skirt. Like, no. I did think that was a bit odd, but I do like this. I know Marie's made this one. I need to make this one up. Then I've got 2 copies of Butterick 6726 from Heather, from part of the pattern swap. I really like this. I think it's a very 1940s, although this looks very 80s, but 80s did 40s quite a lot. And I think this is going to be a really interesting one to do because of the double-breasted kind of thing that's going on over here. So haven't made that one yet, but need to. The Colette Patterns Hawthorne. Very old packaging, like this a lot. We do need to make this one. Megan Nielsen Matilda recently made that one, and then Elise bought me the Colette Penny shirt dress, which I do really like and need to make up. So I have made 1, 2, 3, 4 out of this little lot. So not as many as I thought I had, but still some. Then we've got some more McCall's patterns. Sal says to Kathleen, I thought of it when the wife was pregnant and still wanted to wear heels but found it difficult to bend down because of the baby belly. Yes. Can't say I've experienced that. Jennifer says, I need to turn the oven on. I'm making cinnamon rolls for breakfast. Nice. And Historically Fashion says, cinnamon rolls. Yeah, definitely. Right, McCall's 7925. Love this. Haven't made this yet. Want to. McCall's 7949. Love this. Don't know what underwear solutions I would wear with this, but I do think it's really, really pretty. So want to try that one. McCall's 7805 was a gift from Laurie Ann. I think this is absolutely gorgeous, especially like this one. I think it's really, really lovely. I know that I find these restrictive though, so I am not 100% sure that I would enjoy wearing this dress, but I like it. McCall's 6696, 2 size bundles. First ever sew along I ever did. Terrified about releasing that. Was really, really, really terrified about releasing that. Really, first shirt dress I ever made as well. Really enjoyed this one. 6891. Love this. Have made this. Going to make it again. It's gorgeous. 6996. I had actually put this in my to be sold pattern stash and I rescued it because I think I'm going to like it. I think it would be really fun to wear with over the knee boots in winter. So yeah. McCall's 7682. I like this a lot. I like the one she's wearing a lot. It's got an elasticated waist and I think it could be quite interesting. So I want to make that one. I've got 2 copies of the 8083. I think it is beautiful. Love those sleeves. Love those sleeves. Want to give this one a try. This was a gift from somebody. McCall's 0469. Mary Fons. Princess seamed, no waist seam in this one. I think that one would be really nice as well. It's a really old style McCall's packaging. Like that. McCall's 7084. Again, Lots of go days in it. This is the version that I would make, like it a lot. I want to give it a try. McCall's 7950. Again, this is more of a button-up dress than a shirt dress, isn't it, really? This is the section button-up dresses. I know Jane has made this one, and it was very gapey around the top. I would probably make this version, and I think this is really, really nice. We've got McCall's 8033, another tiered dress. Really want to give this one a try. I think it's gorgeous. Like that a lot. McCall's 7974. Have done a sew along for this one. Love this. Have plans for a border print version of this in a border print you can't quite see in this section down here this winter. And then 7623, which is my latest one and absolutely love. And very, very pleased that I made it. So 1, 2, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have made a lot of these dresses, just not as many as I thought I had. But yeah, we do love a good button through dress. And that's what I've divided that category into, is button-up dresses rather than strictly shirt dresses. So, yeah. Maggie says, please consider sewing a winter hat to go with the dress coats this winter. Yes, I need to do my 9044 sew along as well. I've made 2 of those caps so far and neither of them have been very good, so I need to do it again. I think I'm going to do it out of this mall here. Rotten Mouse says, I have a collection of vintage shirt dress patterns that I intend to make, but my sojo is so deep in the hole it's unwilling to recover. I have a white chocolate macadamia nut Cliff Bar for breakfast. Ooh, nice. And so my sojo, I get asked this a lot about sojo. I always say make a TNT, so my sew over Eve dress or an Anna dress, and get your fabric out and fondle it, or get your patterns out and have a look through those. But that's what works for me, and it's not going to work for everybody, so I do appreciate that. Elizabeth says, I had sausage links and some cheese and rice for breakfast. Nice. Jennifer says, I am being bad and using a can this morning instead of making from scratch. Nothing wrong with that. What Ralph says to Jennifer, you are still making them. Delicious, yes. Historical Fashion says, can scratch, they'll be warm and gooey and yummy. Jenny says, buttonholes scare me, so avoid, need to get over it. Yeah, it's always a terrifying thing though, when you have to, it's one of the last things you do, and you basically have to like go at your fabric a million stitches and then cut holes into your fabric. So I totally understand it. Yeah, you're not the only one. Jennifer says, usually I make everything from scratch, but today my body says take a shortcut. Listen to yourself, you know best. Rachel Lynn says, I'm thinking for the video, things I'd like to know, which is which you would make again, which you wouldn't. Why did you like some but not others? How did you decide where to put buttonholes and how many? Okay. Buttonhole placement. Like I said in the video the other day, I think it was the Matilda video, wasn't it? Changes. What you want to do, especially if you've got the bigger boobs, is find your apex and put a button at your apex and then space your buttons accordingly from there. I tend to not put a button directly on the waist because I like to wear belts and I don't want to have a button right under the buckle of my belt, so I tend to space them so that the button at the waist is just underneath of it. Sometimes that does mean that I need to put a press stud at the waist, and it sometimes does look a little bit weird if you're not going to wear a belt with it, but we all know me, I tend to wear belts with everything. But my advice is find your apex, put your button there, and then space your buttons accordingly. I also never wear my shirt dresses buttoned up all the way to the top, so my buttonholes tend to stop about here, and I never bother putting them on the collar stand. I find that it's really difficult to get those buttonholes to look even because there's quite a lot of bulk in there. Obviously, trim your seam allowances down when you do your collar stand, but I still find getting those, and they're so obvious as well, and if it doesn't come out perfect, which mine don't most of the time, it bugs the crap out of me. So I tend to not put that on there because I don't tend to wear them worn closed all the time. The only exception to that is the 9077, where I do wear that closed. And if you space, I tend to space my buttons quite close together because I do, even if it fits really well, I do tend to end up with gaping a little bit. So if you space your buttons out further apart because you have fewer buttons, intersperse them at the top, and I do this as well. I've done this with the Shelby dress. Intersperse them with invisible press studs. So you have a button, then a press stud, then a button, then a press stud. And I tend to do that over this area because this is the area that gapes. And if you don't want to have a million buttons down the front, then that's another good way of making sure that everything stays closed in this area, but doesn't visually detract or, you know, like, oh my God, you've got a million buttons on. So, yeah. Jennifer says, you guys are all lovely as always. Group hug. Yeah, gentle group hugs for everyone. Rotten Ralph says, I have only done buttonholes by hand. I don't know how to use my machine to make them. I love my buttonhole on my machine. I have to say, though, because I used to just press the go button and then hold on for dear life. I now do it with the foot pedal all done at one speed. It's like, yeah. Rotten Ralph says to Jennifer, listening to your body is good. And Jennifer says to Rotten Ralph, I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, so I have to, or it gets worse throughout the day. Since it's bad at 8 AM, need to listen now. Definitely. Kathleen says, are press studs another name for snaps? Yes. Snap fastenings. I mean these little doodads. And I have them in a range of sizes and colours. Catherine says, just put in a couple of upside down buttons because I put them in the wrong place on a shirt. When I made my, you guys know this, when I made this, because I fully lined it, I completely just went ahead and put the buttonholes in on what I thought was the right side. So this is the right side of the buttonhole, that's the wrong side. So the stitching's not brilliant. And getting this thing on because they're on the wrong side is really weird. It's so weird. I'm not going to let that stop me from wearing it, though, because it's a fabulous shirt. It's been too hot to wear it the last couple of weeks, though. Historically Fashion says, I'm way too lazy for hand-sewn buttonholes. Yeah, me too. Shanae says, no big boobs here. Don't sew according to button placket. It usually depends on how many buttons I have in my stash. Just space them evenly. Good to go. Yes. I mean, it doesn't hurt to still put them in at the apex. But this is an amazing doodad. If you've watched my video a couple of years ago about gifts to get for the sewist in your life, talk about the seam gauge. And it's not just for buttonhole placement, but this thing is amazing. If you don't want to do all the measuring, then you just use this. So Simplex, highly recommend. Highly, highly recommend. Chair. Richland says, thanks, I have a large chest, so that helps. I mean, technically, I do too, so yeah, but yeah, here, place your first button at your apex and then work around from there. Rotten Ralph says, we need to get Sian a pin brooch for the collar button space. Yes, yes. Jennifer says, I love my buttonhole function on my machine. Oh my gosh, it's a beautiful thing. Yes. Sue says, I struggle putting in those press studs in the right place. Right, okay, so what you want to do, oh, and I wore the dress up the other day. Right, I haven't got a press stud on this one, but what I do, oh, I'll put this in my mouth. So, say for example, I wanted to put a press stud, because as you can see, I've got my buttons placed that I've done them up. I've done them up the wrong way. Right, so don't do that. I've done that before. Don't do that. So button them up correctly to start with. So I spaced these buttonholes out from the apex, and then I did them 1.5 inches apart because that's just the spacing that I wanted for them. Okay. So you can see I've got this one is just underneath the waistband. Technically, it would look better centered on this, but again, I'm always going to wear this belted, so I didn't want a button directly underneath my belt buckle. But what I would do is I would button the dress up like this, and then I would sew on the press stud to quite close to this edge here, and you want to sew on the male part first. So sew that onto this part here. Then I take either chalk or friction pen and draw on the top of the male part. Let me get the press stud out. So when I say the male part, it's the sticky outy bit. So you want to sew that part on first, and you want to sew that to this side here, and you want to sew it quite close to the edge, so it's not the same sort of spacing as the buttonholes. You want to sew it close to the edge, because usually what the problem is there or along this edge is that the edges will be kind of folding back. So you want to sew that part on first, close to the edge, but obviously so it can't be seen. And then when you've sewn it on, if you take your friction pen or chalk pen and you kind of draw on the end of the male part, and then you press it to the other side of the fabric, it then gives you the pen or the chalk will transfer over to the other side, so that you can then center, because there's a little hole in the middle there, so you can center that little hole over the mark that you've made, so that you sew this on so that they completely line up. At least that's how I do it. Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully that made sense. Where did I get to in the chat? Megan says, you just fixed some of my clothes with press stud idea. Thanks. No worries. I'm glad that was helpful. Oh, I'm way behind with the chat. Silver Fox says, having only done historical stuff, I can do grommets and eyelets, but buttonholes scare the bejesus out of me. Lol. If you can do eyelets, you can do buttonholes. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Elizabeth says to Jennifer, I understand. I have fibromyalgia and a few other issues. It's tough to listen to our bodies in our go society. Yes. Rachel then says, just got my buttonholer for my machine. I'm excited and terrified to try it. I have 2 vintage machines. The Bianca from the Closet Historian swears by her buttonholer on her vintage machine, and it does make beautiful buttonholes. And I love that she can easily go around the same area twice or 3 times like she did with the top she's just made. And I find that very difficult to do, because I know Angela Clayton does the same thing. She goes over her buttonholes twice. I reduce the stitch length on mine so it's much denser. I find that works really well for me. Carolyn says, if I have a gap between buttons and I put buttonholes on the button side and a button on the underside of the buttonhole side, neither one shows, but the problem is fixed. But proper placement works better. You can do hidden buttonholes on the inside of the placket, but sometimes that needs preparing and pre-thought and not having things top stitched down. So I prefer press studs just because it takes some of the guesswork out of it for me. Rotten Ralph says, the life of fabulous. I have multiple sclerosis and other things. Spoonie Society for the win. And that was, I think, to Jennifer. Renske says, my old machine always had problems with the buttonholes, but the one I have now works way better. Catherine says, I did those buttonholes by hand because there wasn't enough room to use the buttonhole foot. Ooh. Silver Fox says, let's not talk about zips. Haley says, a simplex is great for buttonhole placement in knitted garments as well. Oh, yeah, yeah. Rotten Ralph says, my 32H bust means button placement is key. 100%, yes. Yes. I had to buy a bra the other day from Marks and Spencer's and it ended up being a 32 double G. And it was like, what? It was just like, that's, I mean, no, in no other world, but that bra fitted me really, really well and it's very comfortable, but yeah. Elizabeth says, so many fellow spoonies here. Yeah. Jennifer says to Elizabeth, yep, fibro was one thing I was tested for before my diagnosis. I have a spoon tattoo. She does. You have lots of amazing tattoos. Carolyn says to Silver Fox, wavy zips, crooked zips, scary, scary zips. I think it's one of those things that once you've done a few, it's like, okay, this is not too bad. But if anything goes even minutely wrong, it's just like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Geek Racer says, my old Gianobi made decent buttonholes, but my new Geeky does absolutely beautiful ones. Makes me much more confident of a good result. I do think that helps. I mean, I'm spoiled. My machine makes beautiful buttonholes. So yeah. Historically Fashion says, ugh, I hate zips. I hate them. I'd rather do hand sewn buttonhole. Rotten Ralph says, I have buttonhole setting. I have foot. I have the foot. I'm still intimidated. If I had the space and the money, I would totally have an industrial buttonhole foot sewing machine, separate one. I think that would be amazing. Jenny says, I make shirts for my husband so I can do it. Just panic when it comes to myself. There is a place in London where you can take them to have buttonholes made for you. But I know that's not a resource for everybody because not everybody lives in London. Janet says, video ideas, your favourite tools and notions. Done that. If you have a look at the video, my favourite tools and things that I use, and also it was Christmas 2 years ago. Have already done that one. Silver Fox says to Carolyn, exactly. Gig Racer says, love your technique for aligning press studs, Shan. I struggle to get them aligned normally. Hopefully those tips help. Silver Fox says, ooh, that's clever placement with the snaps. Nimoy says, thanks to whoever mentioned memory. Hadn't heard of them, and I think I just found the perfect shoe, provided it fits. Awesome. Jennifer says, makes sense to me. Great. Rotten Ralph says, of all my sewing has been done for costumes and festivals, eyelets, grommets, lacing is my favourite closing. Sue says, we'll give it a go. Thank you, Shan. I have a few wrap dresses with gaping necklines. Have to say, the stay tape in the Eve dress is amazing. My Butterick 6554 dresses do gape a little bit, and because there's ruffles, I use a safety pin. I put a safety pin in so that, I mean, they do fit, and I can wear them without the safety pin in, but just for comfort's sake, I do put a safety pin in underneath the ruffles to keep them in place. And the one that's behind you guys, I'm going to be making for next Saturday's video. I'm going to try drafting a stay tape and putting that in and seeing how that works. Eliza says, good morning. Have been lurking and listening, but had to say thank you for the press stud tip. I struggle with it too. Awesome. A Silver Fox says, Bianca's buttonholer is so much fun to watch. Such a clever invention. I know, right? Given that it's a straight stitch only machine, I love the fact that it's like, I shall move the fabric. Historically Fashion says, my sewing is all historical too. I do all the sewing on my 1905 treadle. My modern machines are relegated to making buttonholes. Catherine says she just lost at Bob and Chicken. Oh no! Megan says, Spoonie here. Didn't know that's what we are all called, but I like it. There's Megan, if you have a look up online, there's a reference to why it's called Spoons, Spoonie Society. Which I think my best friend Siobhan introduced that to me. She has borderline personality disorder amongst a couple of other things as well, and she was the one that introduced me to Spoonie Society. So yeah, have a check out online. Rotten Ralph says under bust is 32, but measures bust measurement is 40. It's annoying. Yeah, yes, I'm almost the same. 30 under here. Although I haven't measured that in a while. Used to be 28. Haven't measured that in a while. Might be bigger now, actually, because I haven't measured it since I lost weight. Yeah, 30 under here, 39 up here. So that's always fun. So yeah, my double G cut bra from Marks and Spencer's, which is like, I tried on because usually I buy a 32E, and I was like, yeah, So I tried that on in M&S, and I ended up with like really bad foreboobs. It was just like, what? So I tried the next size up, and it was like, no. And then the next size up, and it was like, no. And then the next size up, and it was like, so then I went to an H cup. Yes, then I went to an H cup, and it was slightly too big. So I went down to the double G, and it was just like, that fits. So yeah. Jojo says, spoonies unite. Spoonies. Anna says, zippers are my arch nemesis. But you do that. Yeah. So many people dislike zips. I think I've just been lucky that I've only had a few bad experiences, and that wasn't some of my early experiences. I don't mind zips too much. Kathleen says, another tip for zips is cut out interfacing, thin strips of thick, lightweight interfacing, like the stuff that Susan sent me. So super, super lightweight interfacing. Even if you're using a heavier weight interfacing on other parts of the garment, cut out 1-inch strips of super lightweight interfacing and interface the area, the back where you're going to put the zip in, on the bodice and the skirt. Super lightweight interfacing, put that in, that helps. Kathleen says, my 30-year-old faff never made good automatic buttonholes. Found a tutorial online for manual buttonholes from a machine, and they're actually fun to make now. Oh, awesome. Gig Racer says, since I started ironing my zips before basting them in by hand and then sewing, I've had really consistent results. Yes. Anna says, short vlog on favourite sewing sounds. Oh, we could do a shorts, an actual shorts, couldn't we? But it is fabric shears cutting through fabric. It sounds like people crunching through footsteps through the snow. Rotten Mouse says to Catherine, pandas for your situation. Anna says, or annoying sounds. Sue says, what do you use for stay tape? We're doing well today, weren't we? I have my drawer of narrow products, including all my elastics, but I use this 1/2-inch wide twill tape that I got from Amazon. So it's got absolutely no give in it whatsoever, because bias binding obviously has stretch in it. So there's a layer of this, and then the layer of bias binding to finish off the sew over Eve dress, which I do have an example of here. It's definitely show and tell. So yeah, I use bias binding to finish off the edge because I like how it looks. The pattern would have you turn it and turn it again, but underneath this bias binding is sewn this twill tape, and I got this from Amazon, and I have it in white and black, so that if I'm using it on a dark fabric like I will be this week, I will use the black one so that it doesn't ever show. But yeah, twill tape. Yosuke says, does anyone know what violin tearaway is? Could I use interfacing instead? What's the application? What are you using it on? Rotten Mouse says, but you don't look sick. Website for Spoony Theory. Silver Fox says, the dreaded quad boob. I know, I couldn't believe it when I tried it on. It was just like, what is going on? Rotten Mouse says, I'm now making my own undergarments because it's so expensive. Yeah, some of the underwear that I want is incredibly expensive, so I do need to get around to doing it, and I will. I still have 5 months of the year left. I will make some underwear this year, even if it's just one pair. I will do it. I promise. Mim says the worst thing to sew are welt pockets. I hate them. I don't mind welt pockets if I'm sewing fabric that behaves itself and presses well. If I'm sewing a fabric that is fighting me, then yeah, 100% agree with you. Tried doing it in a polyester fabric that would not press, and oh my god, that was awful. So yeah, totally agree with you there. Megan says, I knew about the theory of my finite amount of energy to spend the day, but no idea there was a website for us drunk driver victims and other folks suffering. So cool, guys. Thanks. Yes. Well, not cool that you were a part of the club, but yes, there is the club. Rotten Ralph says, try 1/2 inch twill tape for the stay tape as well. Yes. Is that not what I said I had? That is 1/2 inch twill tape. Geeky Gracer says, can relate to the full bust problems. Jake up here, even full bust regularly require further full bust adjustments. It's also why I'm starting to sew my own bras. I want pretty bras, damn it, not granny bras. I know, right? I really miss Licenza. Licenza used to do my size, and they used to do the proper balconette bras as well. I love balconette bras. I don't like plunge bras. I much prefer the shape I get when they go straight across, and I haven't found anywhere that does it properly. I need to make the orange lingerie Boylston bra. Rotten Mouse says to Gig Racer, high fives. Carolyn says, bye, sweet peeps. Sue Hall says, fab, thank you. You're welcome. Eliza says, I have never used twill tape to finish. Don't understand. Twill tape does not give. Bias binding does. Why both? Okay, so bias binding is cut on the bias. So the bias of fabric has stretch in it. And that's why bias binding is used for curved hems and things like that, because it will stretch and mold around curves and finish curves nicely. That's my preference for using it. I use it on straight seams, like the inside seams of skirts and things like that, because I just like how it looks. But it's the whole point of bias binding is that because it's cut on the bias of the fabric, it has stretch and give and is moldable. Twill tape is straight of grain with no give in it whatsoever. So the neckline of wrap dresses are cut on the bias. This is a knit fabric, so it doesn't quite apply to this one. But the sew over Eve dress, the neckline here is cut on the bias because they have put the straight of grain on that part of the dress. So this will stretch out when it is sewn. So if I just finish that edge with bias binding, which also has stretch in it, they will both stretch out over time when they get worn, which is why I want to put the twill tape, and the pattern recommends this. The pattern is the reason that I know about this twill tape stay. The pattern gives you the measurement from the centre back to the shoulder seams, the yoke seams, and then the crossover at the front. And you pin those particular points into place, and then you ease in, and it is this bit that stretches out. So you ease this in and sew it to the twill tape. And because the twill tape has no give in it, that means that it will hold the size and the shape that it is and hug to the body, but the bias binding is the pretty finish. So the bias binding is extra that I add because I like that finish rather than turning and turning again. But you don't want to just use the bias tape because the bias has stretch in it, and then the edge that you're sewing that bias to already is cut on the bias and also has stretch. So the twill tape will give you the stability, and the bias tape is just to finish it and make it look pretty. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense, Eliza. Jennifer says cinnamon rolls are in the oven. I'm getting hungry. Big Gracer says to Rotten Ralph, big busted spoonies unite. Risco says they put it everywhere where I would put interfacing. The neckline is where the zipper is. The neckline and where the zipper is. Tearaway. I don't know. I mean, like I would if it's where if it's neckline and where the zipper is, then yeah, I would use super lightweight interfacing to reinforce that area. That's just my preference. Rachel then says, just commented on the twill tape to Crumpets Tea and Sewing. She said she wants to try it now. I love it, and it really my sew over Eve dresses do not gape. They really don't. So yeah. Gracer says to Jennifer, I am very jealous. That sounds wonderful. Yeah, I think I need to go to the shop, and still got time. Shop shut at 4. I need to go to the shop and get myself something delicious. Rizke says, wish I could have a bite to Jennifer. Rotten Ralph says, that's what you said as well. Did I say 1/2 inch tape? Good. Jennifer says, try cup. I don't know if they ship to the UK though. Haven't heard of them. I think I just need to get into making my own because it is expensive, both buying the ones that I want, and I want to make them pretty. And for the size that I come out at, then the majority of them are like, yeah, pretty, 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 and then they're like, oh, you've gone up a couple size. No pretty for you. We don't do your size. So yeah, I want pretty. Nimue says to Rensuke, I know tearaway mostly for stabilizing embroidery, where you want to get rid of everything not under the motif. Not sure about its use in garments. Same here. Rachel then says, I want to make my own bras because I can't handle the wires because of scars from my reduction. So I want pretty wireless bras, still double D after the surgery. Totally makes sense. Gig Racer says, balconette bras for the win. They just don't make many fit plus size big busted people. Yeah, some plunge bras work too because I don't suit a high bridge, which is the default for big cup sizes. Again, yeah, agreed. Rensuke says to Nimue, thank you. Eliza says, thank you for the explanation, so it makes so much sense. Oh, good, I'm glad I made sense. Rensuke says, thank you. Rensuke says to Gig Racer, I have the opposite problem. Smallest size is often still too big. Yeah, but you do get the prettier bras. They do tend to make prettier bras for the smaller sizes. We'll say that. Eliza says, thank you to Rensuke. Brenda says, extremely late joining. Has Petersham come into the chat? Have heard of it, but no idea how to use it. So Petersham ribbon, I understand, is slightly different to other ribbed ribbons because it is softer and it's, again, non-stretch. And the most common I haven't used it and I haven't got any, but the most common application that I have heard of it is a waist stay. So if you are making a strapless dress, or if you're making a dress with a really heavy skirt in it, a waist stay will help take the weight off of the waist seams in the bodice to support the skirt. So Petersham ribbon, I think, is more expensive. I think it's softer, but I'm not 100% sure because I've never had any and I've never used it. But that is what I know most of, is that it's used for waist stays. But again, never tried it before, never used it, so I'm not an expert. Jenny says, Bravissimo specialise in pretty bras for all sizes. See, Jenny, I do agree with you, and they do have pretty bras, but they don't have proper true balconette bras. I have looked, and they don't. So I still need to, I have ordered a few from Bravissimo. I have some, I like them, but they're not exactly the right ones for me. Eliza says, thanks for asking, Brenda. Would like to know that as well about Petersham ribbon. Again, not an expert, but I think that's kind of, yeah. Rensuke, Gig Racer says to Rensuke, it's so hard when you don't fit into standard sizes. Yes. Rensuke says, yes, and people in stores can be rude. Yeah, that's the worst. Silver Fox says, Petersham is a grosgrain ribbon. See, yes, I do think that was the word I was looking for. I think Petersham is softer than grosgrain, though. I do think there's a difference, but it's a ribbed ribbon. But again, I've got grosgrain in stock. I've never had any actual Petersham because it is more expensive and slightly more difficult to find, I believe. But again, I am not an expert, never had it, so not 100% sure. Jennifer says, yes, Cup have 32H in balconets. I'm going to have to check them out. Thank you for the recommendation. Resuke says, we'll look into that. Elizabeth says, hips and curves and Lane Bryant is where I get my unusual plus size large band bras. They're expensive but can get good sales, up to 48D. Oh, okay, cool, good knowledge. What Rouse says to Resuke, don't want to deal with rude customer service anymore. Yeah, there's nowhere on the island that apart from Marks and Spencer's, that I can buy underwear that comes even remotely in my size. And so I have to buy it all online. So I end up buying a range of sizes and then trying stuff on. Bravissimo did a deal with a shop, a local shop that unfortunately is closed down, where I could order what I wanted, have it delivered to the shop, and I could go and try it all on. And I'd gone in because I'd put on so much weight, none of my old bras fit me anymore. I tried I've got one silk bra that I kept. I tried it on the other day and it was like, oh, well, that's indecent. But it was the true balconette because I kept it because I wanted to have a look at like the pattern and stuff and see if I could adapt it if I ever got around to doing underwear sewing. So anyway, I went into the shop, talked to the lady, told her what I wanted. She was like, she's like, order a range of sizes. I don't have any of these in stock. So I ordered a bunch of stuff and it was an £800 order, and I didn't have to pay for it. It went to the shop. So I went to try it on. So eventually I rang, and because I hadn't heard anything, I rang and I said, has this order arrived? And she's like, oh my gosh, it was you. Yes, the order's arrived. Please do come try them on. So I went in to try them on, and it turns out that the lady had to pay for them. The lady that owned the shop, she had to pay for them to be delivered to her, and then on a sale or return basis. But she basically told me to order a bunch of sizes and a bunch of styles. So I'd ordered 5 different sizes in 5 different styles. It was £800 worth of underwear. And she had to pay for it ahead of time. And I was just like, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I had no idea that they were going to charge her for that. And you know, I ended up buying 3 bras because I had the right size ranges to try on and the styles to try on. So I found 3 that I liked, which was amazing, because at that point I had 0. I had 1 that I'd worn holes in, and then, like I say, nothing else fit me. But yeah, that was my experience with Bravissimo. And they're nice, but they're not perfect. So yeah. Brenda says, thank you for sharing. Rottenow says, Grosgrain has the straight edges. Petersham has the scalloped curved, in my experience. Is Petersham softer than Grosgrain? Am I making that up? Because that's what I've heard as well. But yes, yes, the Petersham does have the nice little, because it looks like it's been like one long thing that's been smooshed together. Megan says, does anyone know of a site that sells asymmetric bras like C on one side and a B for the other cup? I'm sure that there are sites out there that do that, and it's probably I'm sure that there are. Yeah, I'm sure that there are, but I don't know of anything off the top of my head. And I would say making, if you want specific, it would probably be making for yourself. But again, like, you know, getting fitting, and especially if you've got to try and fit 2 different cup sizes, is difficult. A Silver Fox says, further reading on ribbon, Petersham has a picot edge that allows shaping. Grosgrain doesn't, but they have the same weave. Interesting. I'm learning something new every day. Thank you for looking that up. Rotten Ralph says, I live in sports bras because I can't be bothered. I find them really uncomfortable. I have one sports bra, but it's again the wrong size for me because I have put one away. Claire says, I usually use tearaway for embroidery. Same. Ron Ralph says, Petersham can be curved. Interesting. Ashley says, I have some double D bras from Debenhams a couple of years back when they were still open in Turkey. I love them, and they are pretty with lace and satin. Yes, I miss department stores. Guys, I have waffled at you for 4 hours. That's the longest we've done in a long time. There was no sewing, there was fabric fondling, there was patterns, there was hacks, there was all sorts today, and it's been a lot of fun. But I am going to call it a day now because I'm hungry and the shop's closed at 4, so I'm going to go and buy some stuff so I can eat. So I hope you've enjoyed the hangout. Like I say, I think we went over this earlier. So we've got a couple of waffles coming out to you on Tuesday and Thursday. August plans are coming out to you on Friday, and Dress in a Day Wrap Dress Edition, as voted for by the Patreon peeps, will be coming out on Saturday, and there will be a hangout on the Sunday. And there's going to be 3 hangouts in August because I am away on the 21st working at the Lady McElroy store at the Festival of Quilts. So thank you very much for hanging out with me today. It has been absolutely awesome. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. I'm going to go and watch Stargate Continuum, then on to some Atlantis. I'm going to come back down here after I've been in the shops, and yeah, I've had a lovely afternoon. So everyone's saying goodbye. Happy food hunting. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, everybody. It's been a lot of fun. I will see you during the week for more random waffles, and I will see you next weekend for another hangout. So I shall see you all then. Bye.